Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I'm it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this my designer flow, Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too close, I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them my pockets too swollen, they already know I'ma flex with a bag like this. Like, I made the trap and it's pitiful. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in this pivotal. They wanna be me in this pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you now 100. Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I'm it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a cold, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know about the rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I ran bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold! You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you now 100. Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I'm it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my pen ready. Used to hold myself back, my self-esteem been petty. Gotta keep on chugging, ran through everything in front of me. Might smoke bed heavy, got a whole agenda. Can't aspire to get ahead, so bump that, it's no surrender. Got a dollar flipped up, I'm trying to get it an FT to get them when they're in hand and crypto. Learn how to fix that. I don't really hold out of books, but I'ma learn how to fix that. Some opportunities that never come unless you paying attention, so no, I can't miss that. Moving MVP, I got the record, I might have to throw some big jumper worthy. They gon' have to retire my jersey early. Whole crew coming, had to work something, cause I had nothing in my pocket. Yeah, I did all that. Big plans, partners trying to make profits. Yeah, I did all that. Work, sweat, and tears breaking, even no wins. Yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen. Putting hours in my practice, I did all that. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my big dog, walking big talk, young veteran, living legend, bet I'm better than them. This is my shit, I'm a jacket like Letterman, y'all better not let them in. They gon' rotate this, so I keep the pedaling, started a chain. The cycle is heaven sent, this is from God, but I'm not your reverend, not in the pulpit. I'm a big bull of this element, yeah. Say you gon' pull up, then settle it, yeah. I've been married to this hustle, this is my ring, watch out stepping it, yeah. I ain't even got a yard, but I'ma get it here. Watch out touchdown, pulling blends out the clutch. Everybody getting crushed, the cut down is for us now. Have to work something, cause I had nothing in my pocket, yeah, I did all that. Big plans, partners trying to make profits, yeah, I did all that. Work, sweat, and tears breaking, even no wins, yeah, I did all that. Had to make it happen, putting hours in my practice, I did all that. Yeah, I can't take no loss, yeah, I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, I can't take no loss, yeah, I don't even know what it costs, yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, hit the ground, then it go off, yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year, yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my. Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. 무리들이 몰려온다 사자해라 미리. Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. 무릎 꿇고 고개 숙여 반성해라 피리. 왜 이래요? 잘못 오셨네요. 상관없는 자에게는 묻지 마세요. 손끝 끝이 씻고 and I live to tell the tale. 못이 바꾸기 얘기했지만 coffin and a nail. Very so deep in your excrete. 누구 탓해? 난 네가 한지. I've been mute, I've been discreet. 할 만한 사람 다 알아 나 in these streets. 시끌벅적 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 동네 시끄럽네요. 시끌벅적 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 하나 사람 많네요. Come hit you ain't wrong. They coming for your ransom. 나 어째 call you lawyer. 뭐 막아 put you nothing for ya. I said come hit you ain't wrong. They coming for your ransom. 나 어째 call you lawyer. 뭐 막아 put you nothing for ya. Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. Angry mouth coming for your pitchforks ready. Dead to me with no Hail Marys. 이미 뚝뚝거리면 no casket necessary. 무리들이 몰려온다 사자해라 미리. 무릎 꿇고 고개 숙여 반성해라 피리. 거짓말에 말려버린 왜곡된 사실이. 꽃빛 풀린 말이 되면 너는 내게 시신. 어떡해요 다 걸려버렸네요. 요즘이 어떤 시대인데 그런 짓을 해요. 망나니처럼 막 나갈 때 언제 꺾을세요. 이제와 후회해봐도 달라질 건 없네요. Very so deep in your excrete. 누구 탓해 다 네가 한지. I've been mute, I've been discreet. 알만한 사람 다 알아 나 in these streets. 시끌벅적 동네 시끄럽네요. 시끌벅적 하나 사람 많네요. Come hit you ain't wrong. They coming for your ransom. 나 어째 call you lawyer. 뭐 막아 put you nothing for ya. I said come hit you ain't wrong. They coming for your ransom. 나 어째 call you lawyer. 뭐 막아 put you nothing for ya. Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. 무리들이 몰려온다 사자해라 미리. Dead to me, R.I.P. buried. 무릎 꿇고 고개 숙여 반성해라 피리.
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I bust soon, soon. Knew as a child back in the womb. Oh, told her sit back, I need my room, room. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom,
take a trip vacation. You deserve a day, you deserve a day off. Working for too long, gotta keep back. Tell my cell phone off, wait till I get back. Ooh, ooh, yeah, I did that. Living my life for no regrets. So I tell them, pull up on me. We just chillin' at the spot. Anytime, pull up on me. We just coolin', the chill spot. Party time. I just wanna have fun. Come and pick me up, meet me at the spot. Up all night till the sunrise. Pop back cool, get ready for the ride. Gonna feel good. Gonna feel good. Gonna feel.
You know I can't help but this, 'cause they know they can never touch this. So they let me talk my shit, or I might just go another fit. You know I can't help but this, 'cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just go another fit. You know I can't help but this, 'cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just go another fit. You know I can't help but this, 'cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just go another fit.
And hello again, everybody, and welcome to the Casino at Dania Beach for another edition of Dania Beach Alai, the world's fastest game. You are here on a great night to be here. It's always a great night to be here, but even more special because tonight we will have our first of two semifinal partidos for the Dania Beach Invitational. Following Game 9 tonight, we will have a special 10th game, one game, 15-point, same two teams, no double points. And the winner of the battle between Iturbide and Oyonnax and Suleika and Mansi will make it to the finals for next week's championship game on Friday the 27th. So it's going to be an intensely played game. No double points, as I mentioned. A couple of other little rules tweaks we'll get to as the night gets closer to game number 10. The first 9 games are our usual fare, with daily double on games 1 and 2 and 8 and 9. Pick 3 starting at game 3, and the second pick 3 starts at game number 6. And 3 featured superfecta games played to 9 points. And the superfecta, if you're not familiar with it, involves 4th place and can pay handsomely if you're fortunate. Those games are played to 9 points with spectacular 9 scoring. This simply means that points double. All the rest of our games in the Quinella version are played to 7 points, like this upcoming first game, where the first to 7 will win. And of course, the partido I mentioned, 15 to the winner. You don't have to win by 2, and there are no double points. In addition to the exotic bets I mentioned, we also have win, play, show, Quinella, exacta, and trifecta betting on every one of our 9 games. And we have no scratches in the card for right now. If that changes, we'll zip that information to you as fast as we can. As always, especially as the night goes on. We do suggest you get in line as early as you can. Occasionally the lines get long in the final minute or so before a game, and that can be a tense time for everyone. So avoid that headache by just getting in line early enough. You can even do some of your handicapping while in line. That way you make sure that you don't get shut out. Looking forward to a great night tonight. Thank you very much for being here and wish you all the very best of luck and enjoy the show. All right, everybody, welcome. For those of you in the chat room, we are currently under assault from the court as a boat just sailed over, well, limped over our heads. Well, I can hear myself on stereo. Anyway, I'm Dave Lamont, players manager Benny Bueno joining me this evening. He'll be periodically pumping in and out, and then, of course, when it's partido time, Benny will be providing commentary. I'll dash in a few words as well. For the semifinal partido tonight, it'll be Suleika and Mansi taking on Iturbide and Oyonnax. That's the number 1 seed versus the number 4 seed. Of course, tomorrow we'll have Leduc and Atine, the third seed, against the upset team of Urrutia and Mandiola, who knocked off the 2 seed Vicente and Bailo, and one of the 2 partidos that went down to the last possible point. I guess we can talk a little bit about it early, Benny, and we'll get more detail as the evening gets older, but the sportscaster in me wants to say, all the pressure's on the top seed here, Benny. How does Suleika and Mansi maintain having the target on their back?
Well, you wouldn't say that if you've been watching Suleika play. I mean, he's hot. He's winning a lot of games, throwing a lot of shots. He's focused. He's doing good, and he's playing with Mansi, which showed us in the first partido that, incoming. Showed us in the first partido that he's defensive back there, and that's what a guy like Suleika needs. But I think that, again, I've said it before with Iturbide, he's got a lot of shots. He's going to move them around. But I think that, surprisingly, Oyonnax is going to surprise us in the backcourt. I think he's going to play – I'm hoping that he plays a really strong match back there because he's got a lot of potential, and he's strong. And, like everybody, if you catch the ball, you're dangerous. And he's like that. He's dangerous when he catches the ball. So I think he's going to surprise everybody. And I don't know. I don't want to jinx myself because the last time I did this, I was totally wrong. But I think that this is going to be a very close match, especially towards the end.
We've had 2 blowouts, the 2 in the middle. It's like if you had a sandwich, the bread was the 2 close ones, and the meat was the 2 that weren't that close for various reasons. You're right about Suleika. Mansi just continues to impress. The thing that I like, that I've noticed about him, is he is almost never out of position.
Yeah, it's great to watch a guy like him, even in his preparation. Like I think I mentioned the other day when I walked in, the guy's on the treadmill. He's sweating bullets, and he's like 6 or 7 minutes away from going out for his first game, and he's on the treadmill, running at 4.0, just kind of like breaking a massive sweat and just warming up and getting ready. And for me, that's kind of nice to see because it just shows his intensity and he's ready to play when he goes out there. But Yeah, I think he's gonna put on a show too. I'm expecting him to put on a show.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. I think the other day I wasn't here. I looked back at the results, and he had a huge. I think it was Saturday.
Yeah.
Where he won a bunch. So yeah, he's capable in singles, and he's certainly in this format. The guy we haven't mentioned. Everybody talks about Zuleika here, but there is Iturbide, who looked really sharp in that easy win over Aaron on the board. I mean, some of that, admittedly, Aaron on the board just were not in good form. Aaron broke a basket, had to change after a quick 2-0 lead, and they never quite recovered. But Iturbide, another versatile guy. I think, Benny, he can play whatever he needs to do. If I need to attack, or if he needs to attack, he attacks. If he needs to be conservative, he plays that way.
Yeah, and again, he's got a good left side, good costado, good right side, good cortada. I mean, he can make some shots up there. And, again, when you're playing in a partido, if you get on a little bit of a roll and you make, a shot here and there, you could easily get a good jump on the game. And, everybody here is human, and Zuleika could drop a ball or two, and that could be the difference. But I mean, again, he's got a good right side, good costado, good cortada, great rebote. So I don't see why he wouldn't put on a strong game against Zuleika and Mansi.
And looking back at the week prior, when Zuleika and Mansi went down to the absolute last point and won on an underserve, I don't know if they played their very, very best. Echeverry played beautifully, and hopefully people who watch that will move past that bad serve at the end and remember how well he played.
Right.
Portet, who's had some right arm issues, seemed to dip into a fountain there, and his right arm was better and his left side was good. So,
and he's been playing great after that partido. He's been playing really good. And I think, I was talking with a friend a little earlier too, and we were talking about how
a couple of minutes till game number 1.
How maybe some of the guys, would just kind of say, okay, I'm disqualified from the tournament, so just kind of go through the motions. But I think it's quite the contrary. I think we've seen a couple of guys that after the pressure of December was off, and maybe even after they lost their first partido, are now starting to pick it up and start to play good. I mean, you can mention some of the guys that didn't qualify, like Lelou, like Dania, and those guys are actually playing very, very well.
Daniel especially. I knew you were going to mention him because we've talked about him just between the two of us. If you don't hand out a most improved player award, but I would put him into the nominees for that award.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
Maybe he was a little nervous, and again, not many of the guys on the roster had ever played here before. They're out of their environment at home. There's lots of other things that could cause somebody to be a little bit off, but we turned the corner on another year, and Daniel has been tremendous, even in also scoring in singles now when he gets his opportunities. In fact, is he in this first game? Yeah, he serves in this upcoming first game. So, yeah, I like the way he's been playing among all the guys who have – and Lelou.
Yes.
I watch him and I go, how did he not get in?
Yeah. Well, he was one of those guys that was at the bottom, that was kind of sneaking in, falling back out, sneaking in, falling out. And, I think that it was just the fact that Benetrix played pretty good towards the end and just kind of secured his spot. And otherwise, and Goenaga just fell just short. So down at the bottom, there was some good play. It's just, unfortunately, there's only 8 spots.
Yeah, and you had people like Zuleika who were hogging all the points, it seemed like.
Yeah, that too.
He ended up having the most points of anyone, even over Mansi, who had held that title for a little while. And that's how, if you aren't, I guess we just a very quick overview. In case there's anybody in the chat who doesn't even know how this all came together before we start this first game. December was a qualifying month where players got 5 points for a win, 3 for a place, and 1 for a show. We added those up. And the number 1 front quarter and back quarter were paired. Number 2 were paired, 3, 4, 5, all the way down to 8. And then you just see them like an 8-team tournament, 1 versus 8, 2, 7, 3, 6, 4, 5. What we have tonight is 1 versus 4. Tomorrow we'll have 3 versus 7. Did I get that right? Yeah, 3 versus 7. And that match, which we'll get into perhaps briefly, sadly I'm not going to be around to watch that one tomorrow. And, my LaDuca tying the second pick is looking better all the time, especially if you come here and watch them play.
Right.
But, yeah, that's just how this was all put together. And it's going to conclude, first off, we'll have a third-place game a week from tonight and then the championship will be on the 27th. So I guess anything before the anthem?
Yeah, before we started, there's a couple people that are here from out of town, a couple people that write on Tigers Chalk Talk, and I just want to thank them, even though they probably can't hear me, but maybe they play this back later and hear it. You know, we got Reno Fan, which all of you know, obviously by his handle, it's not his real name, Ron D out there, and then there's a very nice couple that I met there from Boston that came down specifically to watch some of the tournament.
Awesome.
So, yeah, very nice. It warms my heart that people travel to come see us, and I just want to say thank you to those guys.
All right, good luck, everybody. We'll be talking throughout the evening at you. And again, a hearty welcome, everyone, to Dania Beach Alai. And before we begin with our first serve of the night, we ask everyone to please rise. And gentlemen, remove your caps as we honor America with the playing. And before we begin with our first serve of the national anthem. And before we And off we go with game number one, a spectacular 7 singles match. It'll begin with Dania serving in the red shirt of post number 1. Benetrix will receive in the blue of post number 2. This is the beginning of our first daily double. There's the serve. We're underway. And Benetrix comes up for the kill and gets it. Point to 2. A tie in the second in the white post 3. And another attempt at the kill shot, didn't make it that time. Tie with a huge right side, but it will come out. Point 2. Mandiola in the green, post 4. Point 2. Vicente in the black shirt, post 5. And that's another point for post number 2. Uresti in the goal, post 6. Uresti will go overhand right side. That looks pretty sharp, and it is. Point to 6. That'll bring out Goenaga to receive the serve in the brown shirt, post number 7. There's another point for post 6, and we'll conclude the single point round with Arta and the purple of post 8. It comes up short, and that's Arta's point at post 8. He'll continue the match by serving to Daniel in post 1 as the points are doubled. Terrific grab there by Daniel. And Daniel gets that point for post 1. Here's a time the second, post 3. And that's 2 points for post 3. Mandiola, post 4. Well placed right side by Alai. 3 scores. Here's Vicente, post 5. Five scores on the over serve. Here is post 2, Benetric. Chula! And a point for Benetrix in post 2, giving him possible game point. Here's Goanaga, post 7. That's a fine catch by Benetrix. He'll try to put the point away with a high bounce, but the sidewall slowed it down. Right side looks deep, and it is a winner for Goanaga. Point to the 7. Uresti returns in post 6. That's a 2-all winner. Point to Goanaga in post number 7. Arta, post 8. Huge left side from Arta. And Goanaga took the opening with a beautiful 2-0 to Bote, point to 7. Now possible game point for Goanaga in post 7. Here's Danelle, post 1. Point a game to post number 7. 2 is second, and the 3 shows. Your winner of game 1 tonight, Goanaga. In post 7, Benetrix second in post 2, Alai the second, third in post 3. 7-2 exacta, 72.40. $30 for the 2-7 Quinella, 7-2-3 trifecta, $489.20. And the first half of the daily double, 7. Coming up, our first doubles match of the evening. It too is spectacular 7 scoring and will conclude the first daily double. No scratches on the card tonight, but once again, we advise you to get in line as soon as you can to avoid the pain of being shut out. The rest of the schedule for this week, we'll have a Friday night at 7 o'clock, which will feature our other semifinal partido. Then a doubleheader on Saturday, 1 and 7 p.m., and we'll conclude our week Sunday at 1. All right, so it didn't take long for an interesting question to pop up in the chat, and I will tell you immediately that I am incredibly underqualified to answer any kind of question about carpentry. The carpenters I could handle questions on.
Actually, so am I. I'm not in construction. I don't know.
We had a question about, is this from Jatna or J Atna 77, whichever. But anyway, the question is, would it be prohibitively expensive to smooth the back wall out? And from where I sit, it just looks like a wall to me. So are there issues
if you go back there and you stand next to the wall and you rub, you don't even have to put your hand on it. You just look at it from the side. It's a little lumpy, but let's get to the root of the problem of how it started. That's a solid concrete wall that was built in 1978 when they built this court. This is the second court of the property, and it's been getting pelted by right and left sides, mostly left sides for, what is that, 30 years, 40 years?
Keep going.
40
plus.
I don't want to age ourselves, but so it's been getting pelted for a while. It gets, so eventually it puts a hole in the wall, especially in the spots where it hits the most. If you can't see it from here because we just covered everything and repainted it, but on the back wall, right by the side wall, that very corner, well, if you're a backcourter and you hit that corner, you have thrown probably the best chula of your life. There is a bunch of little holes, and they're small. They're a little bit bigger than the size of the ball, and so what happens is we get hydraulic cement, we cover it up, we let it dry, we sand it down, and we paint it. So that's happened probably about 30 different times on that back wall, not in that one spot, in 30 different spots. So every time you patch one of these and we patched the last one up, we patched it on the fly. We just patched it, painted it, and we're done with it. But there is a better way of doing it, which is you make that hole bigger, and then you make it a bigger patch, and that way you can make it smoother. The problem is that no matter what you do, eventually in time, that hole will come back. So, and then, add the 8 or 10 layers of paint that are on top of the patch. So it becomes a problem. But, I don't know how you would be able to smooth out that back wall. I don't know. Go get it with a grinder or a sander and take it down to who knows what.
It better be one big sander.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like I don't know how you would smooth out the back wall, but we definitely have a crew here that can look at that and maybe give us some advice on how to do it. But it's been an issue since I started working here, 12 years ago, where every year or every season we have to patch the wall a couple of times, and when you patch it on the fly like that, it's somewhat lumpy because we got to do it from one day to the other.
Yeah, it's something I never thought of. It's a really fascinating question because my brain doesn't work that way. Like we all do, we have our brain strengths.
Yeah,
some things we're good at, other things you look at like something I cannot do. My wife likes to watch HGTV.
Yeah.
And
so do I.
Every show is the same.
Yeah.
We're going to redesign this, and everyone's going to be happy. But the people who do the designing, to their everlasting credit, they can walk into a room that looks like holy hell and go, okay, I'm going to move that here. I'm going to get rid of that. This is going to go here, and then I'm going to bring – and I'm going, how do you think of this? My brain can't function that way. I literally have to see it. Yeah. Then I'll understand what to do.
Believe me when I tell you, there's nobody on this planet that wants that back wall and the whole court to be as perfect and pristine as possible, but there is a lot. So let's just do some simple math.
Couple of minutes until our first doubles match. 2 minutes till game 2.
Just to play around a little bit and waste some time, let's do some simple math and we'll go through it. So to sand the front, not sand, it's actually this chemical stuff that they put on it to strip it down to the wall is about $9,000, right?
Okay.
And then I don't know what it would cost to patch up that back wall, but let's just say, I don't know, $2,500 maybe.
Right,
let's just throw it low. Let's throw it low so we don't kill anybody. Then to sand the wood and varnish it is about $11,000.
So you're at $22,500.
And then to redo the floor the way I want to do it, the way it should be done, which is strip it down to the bare concrete and then acid stain it either black or blue is another $25 to $30. I mean $30,000. So it's basically
You're over 52 right there.
yeah. It's
roughly.
between $3 and $6 per square foot, depending on the amount of stain that you need to put on it. So they'll put one on. It'll be at $3 a square foot, and if it's still not what we need or what we like, then they'll throw another one on. It'll go up, and then so it's going to be somewhere between $3 and $6 a square foot. And then to paint the court is just under $5,000. It might be a little bit more because we have to rent scaffolding for a week.
Yeah,
so,
I would think you're going to hit that. Yeah.
So as I mentioned all those numbers, it basically becomes an arm wrestling match with me and this 4,000-pound gorilla to try to get them to do everything that I want to do. I said this.
Talking about having our own people do the construction work.
No. We would get outdoor vendors to come in.
Okay.
I mean, I've had everything priced. The people that did the wood, they gave me a price to just this last. In 2021 we got a quote to redo it. So. Yeah, it's not cheap. The court is huge. I was actually out there today, and I'm walking right over here on the 4 line, right on the sidewall. There's a huge hole that's been painted over 4 or 5 times. There's a lot of things that could be done that need to be done, and hopefully we'll get some of them, if not all of them, done on the off season.
Yeah, we got a couple folks waiting to get their selections in for Game 2. We've got another night. I'm sure we're going to get a ton of former players. There's a good Facebook page called Alai Heaven that if you want to join in that group, they have a lot of pictures. They go back in time. They'll maybe mention some former players. There have been a bunch of photos of former players who have come here. Of course, the great Waristi was here the other day. And we've got a couple of former players with us tonight, a couple of American players. So we're looking forward to talking with them when they visit our booth a little bit later on. You got a green flag ready, or do you need to put the yellow
there's about
flag
six people in line.
Still?
You could again count slowly back.
All right, well, let's see if there's any other comments. You're welcome, by the way, for getting that question answered.
Yeah.
And
someone says it's a patch. It's like similar to patching a pothole. The only difference is that you have a rock hard ball that's going to pelt that patch probably a dozen times a night, and eventually we're going to be right back at square one.
Cortada, you might be in a 3-minute timeout for never take the back wall for granite pun. We'll vote on that later.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
It's got some
It's
merit
fair.
to
It's
it.
fair.
All right, ready?
Yeah, I'd say go ahead.
All right, here we go,
Get
folks.
the knees
Enjoy
punching.
game number 2.
Good luck, guys.
And here we go, game number 2. Spectacular 7 doubles match with LaDuce and Urbieta in the red at post 1. They're serving to Vicente and Mandiola in the blue shirts at post number 2. All points will double at the end of the round. And the game is on. That is going to make it. Unbelievable effort by LaDuce. Vicente will fire Cortada, and LaDuce was waiting on it. And a point to 2. Benetrix and Laborde in the white at post 3. That's out. Point 2. And that shot by Goenaga brings 4 a point in the black shirts. Post 5, Lulu and Arta. Scooped up there by Goenaga. And a great grab there by Lulu at midcourt. Two over bote by Lulu. And that's going to be holding the ball. So it's going to be .5. And Goenaga, that fence got in the way, slowed him down. He just couldn't get rid of the ball in a timely fashion. Arrieta and Bilo in the gold, post number 6. Score that one for the 6. Now the brown shirts, post 7, Aruchip, and a tie in the second. Point 2, the 6. Now the purple of post 8, Uresti and Donnell conclude round 1. Uresti tries for the kill. Arrieta jumped all over that. Difficult shot. And Uresti played that beautifully. Looking for the chula that's going to come out for the rebote. And an unconventional effort. 8 will get the point. All points are now doubled. That'll bring back post number 1, Laduce and Urbieta. At the back wall, the grab made by Urbieta. Uresti closes in, goes inside. LaDuche changing directions, comes up with it. LaDuche from the 4 line places that cortada and in for the grab, Donnell. And a point to the 1. That's a terrific shot from Benetrix to win the point for 3. Vicente and Mandiola post 2. Catch there by Mandiola. Point to 3. Going again, Portet in post 4. Great sidewall catch, Benetrix. That's a 2-bounce winner on the cortada by Benetrix, point to the 3. And 3 will serve with a possible game point. Here's Lalou and Arta in post 5 trying to stop them. Possible game point, post 3. And it goes out of bounds. Point will go to the 5. Five will serve 7, Urrutia, and a tie in the second. That's a point for 5. 5 with possible game point. Here is the 6. Arrieta and Bilo. Point to the 6. This is post 8. Uresti and Dania. In the corner, no place to hide for Bilo. Real catch by Dania, but the throw is out of control there. Point to the 6. 6 with a possible game point. Here's LaDuce and Urbieta in post number 1. Possible game point for post number 6. Sidewall catch by Arrieta. Running grab by LaDuce. Scooped up by Bilo. LaDuce tried to counter scoop, and it's going to be point to the 6. They take the game. 3 is second and 5 is third. Results of game number 2, Arrieta and Bilo win it in post 6. The 3 is second. Benetrix and Laborde and Lalou with Arta take the show in post 5. The official results show a 6-3 exacta for $83.60, a 3-6 Quinella $24.20, 6-3-5 trifecta for $2, $259.20, 7-6 daily double for $73. No scratches tonight. Game 3 is coming up next, and it begins the pick 3 spectacular 7 doubles match. Coming up with game number 3. Do not forget it. We have a special 10th game tonight, a 15-point partido as part of the Dania Beach Invitational. It'll be Suleika and Mansi, the number 1 seed, taking on Iturbide and Oyonnax, the number 4 seed. 15 straight points, no double points, and a couple of different rule changes that we will explain a little bit later on tonight. Got about 6 minutes until the third game. Don't get shut out. Uh-oh, I got this mic. All right, I don't even know if I want us to share publicly the exchange we just had prior to me grabbing the mic, but it was pretty funny, actually. Gosh, I was about to say something, and it was going to be brilliant and deep and profound, and I completely forgot what it was. So it's just how it goes when you your mind is cluttered, a whirling torrent of brilliant ideas. We almost damn near had a serious.
You were just telling me a few minutes ago that you could only think of so many things at one time.
Yeah, but when it happens, so many things. It all happened at once. No, we almost did have a minor disaster there. It took Lulu had to play self-defense to keep a ball from hitting him in the head. Off of a funky bounce. But
hey, before we go any further, can I say hi to Frank?
Oh, God,
can
please.
I
That's
please?
what it was.
Can I say that's what it was?
That's it. Thank
Frank.
you.
Frank is in the chat room. He's actually put in the chat room a couple of times that, hey, Benny, it's good to see you or whatever. I worked as a ball boy in Milford, and every time he says hello to me through the chat room, we're talking in the middle of talking of something, and then we start the game and I forget to say hi. So before we get any further, I want to say, hey, Frank, how's it going? I'm glad you're in the chat room.
Yeah, we were feeling bad about that, Frank. We know you checked in a few times, and we had talked during the game, like, okay, we got to make sure Frank gets taken care of. So I think that really was what was
mission
on my
accomplished.
Mind. Yep. All right, let's get out of here, Benny.
It's bedtime. Yeah, what else were we talking about? We were talking about something else that we were
mention. Very into the some details that I think most people don't think about. We talk quite a bit about cestas and pelotas and all of the construction that goes, the handmade work that goes into that. But you can't do this without a court.
Yeah.
So we were talking about ways that the court needs to be maintained. I think that's something folks just overlook. We sort of is like a golf
well, to
course.
me, honestly, the bottom line is this court's in great shape. I don't want to say great shape. It's in good shape. It's playable. Will it look nice painted a darker, nicer color? Yes. Will the backcourt be beneficial to resurface and make it less lumpy? Yes. Will the court look awesome, the floor, if we redid it? Yes. But the way the court is right now, it is very playable. And a lot of these guys have complimented us on the court in comparison to some of the courts of where they come from, even though they over there are in a different situation, because all of the courts over there are I wouldn't say maintained, but the maintenance is helped by the local government over there. So they get money that goes towards upkeeping some of these courts. And I think Guernica is kind of like a historical landmark, and so they probably get some extra money to maintain it. So we don't have that benefit. We have to kind of reach in somebody's pocket to do it here. So that's why we're slow at doing it at best. The other thing I wanted to talk about real quick that you and I talked a little bit off is the scheduling for the next weeks as far as me.
Oh, right, yes.
Because
the Benny Bueno
we're bringing it in for a landing. It's we got this weekend and we got next weekend. We got the 2 partitos today, and then we got the 2 partitos next week. So I'm going to switch it up a little bit. I'm going to be here on today, Thursday, and Sunday this week. I won't be here tomorrow night in the booth. And next week, the same thing. I'll be here Thursday evening for the first partido, and I won't be here Friday night, but I will be here on Sunday with Big Dave Lemon to kind of bring it in for a landing.
Oh, no.
Oh, Big Dave Lemon is this weekend.
Right.
Okay.
I'm doing the last day.
Okay, so you'll be here the last
I'll be
day.
here the last Sunday.
Okay,
but yeah,
perfect.
It just makes sense, especially with the big Friday night, not this week, although it's big too, but the following week with the championship. And
we're gonna be doing a presentation of all the players, and we're gonna finalize things on Wednesday of next week. But as far as I know, I'll be center stage on the court, and I'll be announcing the players one by one. They'll all come out, give a nice salute, let the fans acknowledge their great effort, a round of applause, and then we'll have the partido in Game 10 next Friday night. And that's going to be a 21-point partido, the final, where we'll crown the champion. And we're going to have a 15-minute, short award ceremony right after the partido, where we'll give the first, second, and third place winners their awards. So my schedule will change. So if if you kind of like this stuff that me and Dave do, or me and Big Dave do, we'll just tune in on Thursday and Sunday this week and next.
All right, cool. There we go. How are we looking crowd-wise for?
We got about 5 or 6 guys in line. I see.
Right.
I see. Some people might remember Liam that played in Milford, and he played in some other northern.
An Irish highlight
courts.
player, huh?
Liam. I don't know if he's Irish or not, but that's not actually his name. I think that's what he played under. Or it might have been.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe I got it backwards. Maybe that is his name.
Yeah.
But
he's
standing in line, so we'll make sure he gets his bet in, and then you can go ahead and hit the
all right
the button.
You let me know when Liam. Listen, I'm Irish, so if Liam is Irish, we got to make sure
there you
that
go.
my fellow Irishman gets.
Then he should be at the bar, not at the betting window.
Well,
maybe
having been there this past summer,
he's on
that
his
is
way.
not a myth, folks. If you ever
all right,
go,
Liam's done. You can
all
go
right,
ahead and let
we're
her
off
rip.
and running. Here we go. Good luck. We begin our pick 3 tonight with game number 3. And a salute to you from our players of this spectacular 7 doubles match. Goenaga and Bilo in the red at post 1, serving to LaDuche, and a tie in the second at post number 2. There's the serve. The game is up. One is on the board first. That brings out the white shirts, Adieta and Mandiola, post number 3. And that's a single point for post 3. Urrutia and Donnell in the green, post number 4. Inside placement, and it was read by Urrutia. Point to 4. In the black shirts, here's post 5, Benetrix and Portet. Corner catch made by Portet. That really took off, but a tremendous save by Portet. Urrutia fires a cortada, and that's too good to be true. Point to 4. In the goal, it's post 6. Lalou with Arta. That's a service winner, point to 4. Uresti on the board on the Brown to post 7. Good looking throw there. That save made it. Uresti will slug the right side, going to come out. And Tanel with a rebote that's going to end up keeping the point going and winning it for the 4. Vicente and Urbieta in the purple to post 8. Tanel with a remarkable catch. Big left side that drifts all the way back, but Urbieta returns it and gets it away from the front court. That's a little out of bounds, point to 4. And this gives 4 a possible game point. We start the double point round with LaDuche and a tie in the second in post 2 receiving the serve. Scored that for the 2. Here's Goanaga and Bilo in post 1. Leduc goes for the high bounce. Leduc tears the outside placement, but it's caught by Goanaga. Drives the right side deep, and back there is the tying the second. Great catch by Bilo. And that's going to be a point to one. Adieta and Mandiola post three. And that's 2 points for post three. Benetrix and Portet in post five. Point to five. Lulu and Arta, post six. Hey, Cortada, and a good catch position there, driven by Benetrix. And a catch there by Lulu. Long distance Cortada, and that's a fine shot by Lulu. Point of the six. Uresti on the board, post 7. Point to the 7. Vicente and Urbieta in post 8. That ball touched by Uresti, point to the 8. Each team has at least 2 points. Coming back with a possible game point is post 4, Rutia and Daniel. Point of game to post number 4. 1 and 3 to face off for place and show. That's out. 1 second and 3 third. In the third game, the winning team, post 4, Arrutia, Mandanel, Goanaga, and Bilo, second in post 1. Adieta and Mandiola take third place in post number 3. Yeah, that's right. In game 4, coming up, we'll have a spectacular 9 doubles match as we bring you your prices from game 3, a 4-1 exacta, $49.80, 1-4 Quinella, $34.80, and a trifecta 4-1-3, $400.80. The first number in the pick 3 is a 4. We mentioned the game 4 is up next. You've got about 8 minutes to avoid being shut out on game 4. And this is a spectacular 9-scoring game with the superfecta, where fourth place will count. Good luck. No scratches for game number 4. 2 minutes until game number 4. Now 2 minutes until the start of the first of 3 superfectas. This is game 4 doubles, spectacular 9 scoring. Arietta and Laborde serving in the red of post 1. Goanaga and Arta in the blue post 2 will receive. Game is on. One will score the first point of the game. Resti in a time the second in the white shirts of post 3. Catch made by Laborde off the back foot. Point to 3. Lalou and Urbieta in the green at post 4. Faked outside, went inside, and point 2, post 3. Laduch and Bilo in the black shirts, post 5. Underserve, point to 5. Benatrix and Donnell in the goal to post 6. Point to the 6. Vicente and Mandiola in the brown to post 7. And Mandiola scores with a cortada from the backcourt. Point to the 7. Arucci and Portet, purple to post 8, completing the round. And the catch made on the wood by Vicente. The return is off of Rucci Sesta, point to 7. Double point round beginning with post number 2, Goanaga and Arta. The goal here, 9 points. Just missed, landing perfectly. It's out of bounds, point 7. Arietta and Laborde in post 1. That nutmeg Bixente, and his partner Mandiola is there. Chopped down nicely by Laborde. He goes with a shot, and it's going to be captured easily by Bixente. It's a great effort, but 7 will get the point. And a couple of more points for the 7 gives them 8 and possible game point for the 7 team of Bixente and Mandiola. Here's post 3, Uresti, and a tie in the second, trying to stop them. Running grab made by Mandiola. Mandiola takes a little paint off the wall. Throw is out of bounds. Point of 3. Laduch and Bilo, post 5. Two bounces on the placement by Laduch, point to 5. Benetrix and Donnell in post 6. Well, fine catch there by Benetrix. And backing down, Mandiola still makes the great catch. Bilo there, smooth reverse. Point to 6. Iruchin, Portet, post 8. Urrutia takes the inside road. It's going to be caught. Good anticipation by Daniel. He powers a reverse. Back goes Urrutia. 2-wall. Out of bounds. .6. Going Aga and Arta, post 2. Costado, but Arta kind of spun out of the basket. Point to the 6, giving the possible game point. Here's post 1, Arietta and Laborde. Nicely saved. And Arietta will let that pass to his partner, Laborde. And that'll be point of game, post 6. 7 second, 3 third, 5 fourth. Fourth game won by post 6. Benetrix and Donnell, Bixente and Mandiola second and 7th. 3 third, Uresti and a tie in the second. And the Laduch and Bilo combination finishing 4th in post 5. 6-7 Exacta, 106-20. 6-7 Quinella. The trifecta is 6-7-3. The superfecta is 6-7-3-5 for 10 cents. 89.13. It'll be 891.30 for $1. The Quinella is 44.20, and the trifecta is 6-7-3 for 63.40. And in the pick 3, the second number, 6. We go back to singles, spectacular 7 scoring. This will conclude the first pick 3 with the second pick 3 coming up with game number 6. Post time in about 7 minutes for game 5 singles, and do not forget about our partido tonight, a special 10th game, 15 points, no double points. Combination of the 4th seed, Iturbide and Oyonard taking on the number 1 seed, Suleika and Mansi after game 9 tonight. Don't miss it.
And hello, Internet fans. It's your good friend Benny Bueno here. 5 minutes to Game 5. Dave just walked out some friends that he had up here visiting him, his entourage. That's why he took a game off, because he had some friends up here. They were watching the game from the announcer's booth, and he just stepped out now to walk them out. So while we wait here, I'll zip through the chat here and see what's going on. Somebody's asking, whatever happened to, first off, somebody asked a little while ago about Andoni Arriaga, which happens to be Arriaga from here, number 24, that played here for many years, won many championships here. And he's around from time to time. He's still here in Hollywood, Florida, and he comes in, watches the games from time to time. So he was here, I would say, a couple weekends ago. With a good friend of his, Ernesto Arriaga, which is Arriaga that played in Miami when I was playing. So he's here from time to time. And somebody asked, what about Solazabal, number 68? And you're right, whoever answered the question. He retired in 2014. That was the year that we wrapped things up to do all the construction in 2015. And he elected not to come back. He was one of 7 players that decided not to return after the casino was built. And I heard shortly after that he moved to Boston. Very smart guy. He's an industrial engineer. He was studying while he played at FIU, and then he graduated with his engineering degree. And he was working for an airplane parts company, and then he moved on to Boston. And haven't heard from him in a couple of years, but that's the latest, at least from 2018 or so, 2019. That's pretty much it. Dave, it's quiet. Dave is back. He was walking his friends out. He just came
we had
back.
some visitors. I remember Jeff Williams, his brother Mark played here. Jeff announced here, and I think did he play here too?
He announced at Miami as well. Yeah. Mark was one of the top of the echelon announcers in the '80s back in the Miami Vice hair days.
Yeah, Mark played early games here when I was announcing, and Mark Butchin, who's been a longtime friend of mine and he used to work here and has played a lot of frontons in his time, and their friend Frank. So
which is a retired Davie police officer.
Yes.
Yeah, nice guy. I brought him up.
It's interesting. This booth can either be incredibly quiet or it's like a train station in here.
Yeah, and I feel bad when I come in and you're sitting here all peaceful listening to the music between games, and I come in and I feel like I'm interrupting. And I always promise you that I'm not going to talk to you between games, but then something always happens and we break out into conversation.
Usually what happens is you find somebody in the crowd that either we
Yeah.
both know, or you throw a name at me and you go, oh, I remember
Yeah, I don't
so-and-so.
think you know him, but he's a great friend of Mark Butchin's, which is Scott Kessler.
I know Scott.
You know Scotty?
Scotty
the
good
Tiger.
friend of a friend of mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Scotty the Tiger is down there. He played. He was probably one
2 minutes
of.
to Game 5 singles. 2 minutes.
He was one of, if not the only person to actually make his professional debut at Miami High Alai when he did in 1984. Before him, every other player had to either go to Fort Pierce or Ocala and debut there and do a little cycle there until they proved that they were worthy of going to play either Miami or Tampa. But Scott went straight from the ball boy. He was the ball boy on a Sunday, and then he was in uniform on a Wednesday. So It worked out good for him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a real tribute, because as competitive as that place was, especially in the 80s, when I was going there for the twice-a-month calendar for me in those days was day off Sunday, Monday Miami night, not matinee, Tuesday doubleheader here, Wednesday Palm Beach matinee till about 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Mark Butchin and I would then drive back here. Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday doubleheader, and then rest again on Sunday and back at it again in Miami, as sitting in the crowd now. I'm talking about not working, but legally gambling at another fronton. You can't do it here, obviously, but it's.
I was telling some players my schedule when I debuted in Miami, which was grueling. We played 9 performances with the only day off being Sunday because it was illegal to bet on Sundays back then. And we would play 9 performances a week, and play 5 to 6 games. So I was playing between 45 and 50 games a week.
At high-level competition, too.
And it was really kind of back-to-back. But, when you're young, you don't feel those kind of things. So anyway, that's all that's going on in the chat. Not much more going on. I see Paul, my good friend, the Gypsy, is there he is saying hello. So how you doing? Everything's good, I hope. And that's it. I hand it over to you. We got 3 or 4 people in line, and
we're good to go.
We're ready.
All right, here we go.
It's the 5th game, a spectacular 7 singles match. Etcheberry serving in the red of post 1 to Aaron, who's in the blue, post 2. Etcheberry serves to start game number 5. Point of the 1. Portet, white shirt, post 3. Got to play, point to 3. Here's Bixente in the green at post 4. Delicate placement there. And it's a 2-bounce winner for Portet, point to 3. Now Lalou in the black of post 5. And a good catch made there by Portet. However, that turned against him. Point to 5. Urbieta in the gold, post 6. Long dejada by Lalou, and that gave Urbieta a chance to chase it down. He'll try to cinch the point right there, but Lalou hustles back, and he saved that. Urbieta sweeps that right side, and Lalou, that's a wonderful effort, but it's going to be a point to 6. Now Uresti in the brown shirt, post 7. Unbelievable wall grab by Uresti. And off of that, once he landed, he threw a terrific Dehada. 7 to the point. Narucci in the purple of post 8 to complete round 1. Score that point for post number 8. We begin the double points round with post 2, Aaron. That's a big bounce on that serve, point of the 8. Echeverry, post 1. Out of play, point 8. Narucci with a possible game point at post 8. Here's Bixente, post number 4. Point to 4. Portet, post 3. Point of the 4. Here's the 5, Lulu. That's 2 points for Lulu in post 5. He'll serve to Urbieta in post 6. Point of the 5. Lulu with a possible game point in post 5. Here's Uresti in post number 7. That's out of play. Point of game to Lulu in post 5. The 8 is second, and the 4 finishes third. Lulu emerges as the winner in post 5 in game 5. Urbieta make that Urrutia second in post 8. Vicente third in post 4. The official results, the exacta is a 5-8. It returns $810. The Quinella 5-8, 42.40. The 5-8-4 trifecta, 921.20. And a 4-6-5 pick 3, $2,215.40. We bring back the doubles competition for game number 6. Spectacular 7 scoring. No changes. And again, we are getting ever closer to tonight's 15-point partido. We'll begin to see our 4 players a little bit later on in the program. And then it will be Suleika and Mansi taking on Iturbide and Oyenard to decide who will have one of the 2 berths in the finals next Friday night.
So game 6 is coming up. The always common 5-8, $810 exacta coming through there in that game.
How does that happen?
That I would assume that's the entire pool, maybe.
I
One
know.
person had a ticket. You know, it's I don't know. You look at the players. Singles is so hard. I've always thought singles, from a betting perspective, is so hard to handicap.
Maybe somebody in our chat could enlighten us to what happened there.
Well, maybe somebody in our chat is too busy celebrating their win. But yeah, I always thought singles was tough because when I would go to Miami in that period, I always had to bet on Assis. One of the great power singles players in the history of the sport. But then, who else is in the game? Well, Joey, you've heard of him. And, you have this all-star singles game at Miami in their prime days. Or you'd come here and you'd have Waristi, and then Joey came here, and then maybe Suleika and Asuka, and then Boniguin would play singles. I mean, to me, it's very hard to bet singles.
Yeah, speaking of Waristi, you mentioned, I mentioned on Sunday when we were on the broadcast that he was in the audience, and Zuleika's father was here. It was his last day. He was leaving Monday, but he went and he did a small interview with him and then posted it to Facebook, and I watched it the other day. And so they were talking about, championships and, how when Waristi was in Miami, he won a bunch of championships before he came over here. And Zuleika very innocently asked him, well, what about, because he kept saying, yeah, I won the doubles this, I won the doubles that, I won most wins this. And he said, well, what about singles? Did you ever win the singles? And he very calmly and quietly said, no, I never won a singles championship. Well, why not? What happened? He says, Assis always won it. And he did. Assis won 11 championships, singles championships in a row. So, but then he came here and he had a very good run here in Dania Alai.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he did great here.
He made up for it here.
Yeah, he did. And then Joey got here, and that obviously changed things around a little bit. But, Waristi also did well in Milford. He was like the lead dog at Milford for a number of years. And as I've probably said 1,000 times, at least for my 10 cents, still the most charismatic highlight player I've ever watched.
Yes.
The crowd,
definitely.
They would boo him some days. They would hate him. And as soon as he would win a game, they loved him again. And then he, go on a tear. And when he would go on a tear, the whole building would go with him. I really haven't seen a player. Obviously, I've not been to every Fronton, and I haven't been around the world. But in my viewing of the sport, I never saw a guy who could take a crowd with him when he's having a good night.
Yeah. I was talking to a good buddy of mine today that played with me for many years in Miami, and I'll leave him nameless for the sake of this conversation, but he was saying that the reason that, because I told him I ran into Waristi, and he says that, in his opinion, obviously, there's no evidence of this, but that the reason he left Miami was, because they had a very low tolerance for those kind of antics. And my friend saying it because he was one of those guys that he would throw his helmet and he would kick it across the room and he would scream when he would lose the point. And so in his opinion, that's why not only his career came into an end, but so did
well, that's very
Miami.
possible.
But I don't know.
There's who knows? I mean, that's so long ago now. But I didn't remember seeing too much of that. He was usually just obviously if things weren't going well, he would get angry on the court, but nothing super demonstrative.
Right.
Maybe in the back. That's a whole nother world back there.
Yeah. No, it was mainly on the court.
But
and I think that a lot of it was for show.
Well, what about Guernica?
Oh,
Guernica the first.
Yeah.
You're talking about a showman.
Yeah.
Another guy who,
the fierce. Yeah.
Right. I mean, he'd do the double fist pump and he'd get all angry and curse. And then he would – my favorite Guernica move when he was really mad, and this is all show. It has to be. He would stop what he was doing and just fold his arms on the court. Like he's just disgusted with life.
He was definitely a character, but a good player.
Yes, no doubt.
Back in those days, it was like probably the late 70s when the championship game was the last game of the performance, and I think it was 12 games at that time. And brothers were not allowed to play together. It was illegal for brothers to play on the same team.
That's why those two never played. Huh?
Or in the same game. They never played, so they always had to keep Guernica Sr., the backcourter, in the early games. So his brother, which was a kind of a superstar in the late games, playing the late games. But the only way that they could play
2 minutes till game 6.
The only way that they were allowed to play in the same game is if they played on the same team. They just weren't allowed to play against each other. So on Saturday night, when the games were straight 7 points, they would put the Guernica brothers in post one. And, I mean, again, 9 out of 10 times, they would run the game out all the way to a perfect game. And, it was something that for the people, it was very exciting to see them together and to see them run a game together. And you can imagine the show that this guy put on. He was funny. He would have a ball. He would love to throw rebotes. And whenever I was a front courter at the time, and I would tell him, "You need to catch that ball in the air, man. Why are you letting it go for a rebote?" He goes, "Oh, anybody can catch it in the air." So he was a character.
He was. I remember him very distinctly. Because he stood out, and there are some people who don't like to see personalities in their sports. The way football is now, basketball is so much more showmanship. Or to some people, act like you've been there before. Yeah. I just don't think that approach works anymore. I think today the fans, in some ways, almost expect to see a player celebrate a little bit, or I just think it might be an older crowd that remembers it was done one way. And
right. Well, in the beginning, I got a little bit of ridicule for giving fines for antics on the court, or not even antics, just showing emotion. Like if someone gets mad and they want to scream or slam their basket on the floor, they would get a fine. And then a lot of times people would tell me, like, let them go, let it be, man, let them show their emotion. And I found like a common ground. Some guys, the problem is that it becomes it's contagious. One guy does it, then another guy does it, and the next thing you know, you got all 16 guys doing it, and it becomes a problem at some point. So you got to have some kind of discipline. So you got to find the balance with that.
Speaking of finding a balance, are they balanced in front of Denise there?
I think we're going to have to find another topic to talk about. There's 15 people in line.
All right.
We actually, believe it or not, we always say that it doesn't pick up till about 8:30. But today we had a good crowd in game 2 already. There was a nice crowd out there, and the lines weren't super long, but there was definitely people here, and it's starting to fill up a little bit here.
Good.
In
well,
game
I hope
6.
they stick around to watch the partido tonight. Suleika and Mansi, and against Iturbide and Oyonard, who had an easy win in round 1. Suleika and Mansi did not. And so we'll see how this one plays out. We've had 2 of the 4 quarterfinals went to the absolute last point. And then 2 of the others, not so much. But even the third one, though, the Laduccia tying the second one, it wasn't as if Benatrix and Urbieta played poorly. Not at all.
They played great, actually. But, if you lose dropping balls and throwing the ball in the pad and throwing it off the court, then you lost. But if you lose because your partners are throwing great shots and they're defending against you, then you still lost. But it's a respectable outing because they didn't play bad. They played as good as they possibly could.
And the strategy that Laduccia tying the second stuck to worked beautifully. Latine able to pound the back wall, put pressure on, and then Leduc would cruise in and kill points, or he could also put pressure on. It was well executed. They didn't make many mistakes.
Yeah, it should be good. We still got a fairly decent line out there. I mean,
well, I'm just looking see if we have any. Here's.
I don't think you're screaming at the people like you usually do. You're not.
No.
I haven't heard you say one time today, "Don't get shut out." And these poor people are going to get shut out if you don't yell at them next game.
Well,
let me say hi to Yuli here.
Oh, yeah.
Ulysses, all you guys that remember La Máquina that played here at Dania. He was also one of the guys in 2014 that made the decision not to return, living up in Boston now, loving the cold weather from what I hear. Hola, mi amigo. Nice to hear from you, man. And yeah, there's like 3 people now, so you can go ahead and pull the trigger and let Denise do her thing.
That is about to happen right now. We've got that thing with the sound. Let me fix that. All right, here we go. Good luck, everybody. A salute to you from the players of game number 6. This is a spectacular 7 doubles match. Adieta and Urbieta in the red at post 1 serving to Etcheberry and Danelle in the blue at post number 2. This game begins our second pick 3. Here. Point to post number 1. Uresti in a time the second of the white shirts, post 3. Smoothly done by a time the second. That ball just did stay in. Adieta for the rebote, and it's going to work. It's a great shot from the wood, point to 1. Goanaga and Bilo in the green, post 4. Adieta, a wonderful rebote save, and then point of the 1. Aaron and Portet on the black, post 5.
All the way to the back wall. Urbieta hanging in there. That's a terrific placement by Aaron. Unbeatable. Point to 5. Lulu and Laborde in La Gold of post La 6. That's a fine grab by Aaron. Difficult save by Lulu. Aaron playing super aggressive, finds the spot on the court where they're not. Point to 5. Benetrix and Mandiola in post 7. And we'll put one up for the 7. Now the purple in post 8, Maruccia and Arta completing the round. Point to 8 on the underserve. Now the points are doubled. That'll bring out post number 2, Etcheberry and Donnell. That was tipped, point 2. Now Uresti and a tie in the second and post 3. Point 2, Goanaga and Bilo, post 4. Point of the 4 there. And now for serving the one team, that's Arrieta and Urbieta. That's a point at post number one, and that gives Arrieta and Urbieta a possible game point at post number one. Serving to the 6th, Lulu and Laborde. Difficult catch made by Lulu, able to power a right side deep. Urbieta hanging tough. Lulu ripping right side all the way off the back wall. Arrieta will take that to the bote. Kept it inside. That'll be point to the 6. Now the 5, Aaron and Portet. Point 6. Now Benetrix and Mandiola post 7. Over serve. Double point for the 7. Now Arucci and Arta in post 8. Point to 7. And now Benetrix and Mandiola are facing possible game point at post 7 while serving to the 3, Uresti, and a tie in the 2nd. Oh, a great catch down by the ankles by Benetrix. That's a tricky shot. Robote coming out. Uresti able to play it. Benetrix feeling it at line 7. Well, that's a wonderful grab by a tie in the 2nd. Benetrix lets this go to his teammate. Mandiola, tough catch. Point to the 7. They take the game. Post 1 finishes 2nd, and for the show position, 2 will serve 6. 6 will score. In Game 6, the winners, Benetrix and Mandiola in post number 7. Arietta and Urbieta, second in post 1. Lulu and Laborde in post number 6 are third. The official results show a 7-1 exacta, 125.60, 1-7 Quinella, 43.60, 7-1-6 try for $2, 572. And the first number in the second pick 3 of the evening is 7. We go to Game 7, and we bring back the Superfectum, and that means spectacular 9 scoring. No changes on the card for tonight. We're getting ever closer to our 10th game, the Partido, and a quick refresher of the rules for you. And we'll do it again before Game 10. But in a Partido, there are no double points. The game will be played to 15. The sidewall serve is legal in a Partido. That means the serve is allowed to hit the sidewall first. You can, in other words, carom serve. You can't do that in a Quinella game, which is what we normally play. Also, in a Partido, you are allowed one overserve. It would be just like tennis, you'd get a second serve. You cannot underserve. If you underserve, you do lose the point right on the spot. One other feature is you may occasionally see a team take a timeout. That can only be done by the team that won the prior point. So let's say that Etherbita and Oyenard win a point. They can call a timeout. The other team cannot. All that's coming up with Game 10. And by the way, one other thing, you don't win by 2 here. If it gets to 14-14, we get to an ultimate point. Good luck with game number 7 and the Superfecta. Now 2 minutes until our 7th game. 2 minutes. It's time for another Superfecta Spectacular 9 doubles match. All points will double at the end of the round, and the target for the win, 9 points. Benetrix in a time the second, serving in the red of post 1. Lalu and Bilo in the blue, post 2. The game is underway. That's a tie and playing a tall game. Catch there by Benetrix. Swept in by the rebote by Lalu. Tying over the top and smoothly handled there by Bilo. In the corner, a tie in the second, no place to hide. Point 2. Arrieta and Mandiola, the white shirts in post 3. Placement by Arrieta on the Dejada. 2 bounces, point 3. Now Leduc and Portet, the green shirts in post 4. Point three. Now in the black, the post 5 team, Uresti and Dania. Inside placement by Uresti. A little bit too hard, and Mandiola able to close in. Uresti down to the ground for the save, and Arietta lets it pass. Mandiola charges, powers the right side. That Ramate too low, point three. Urrutia and Arta in the goal, the post number 6. Turned around by Mandiola on a great Rinobote save. And Mandiola able to find that one. Urrutia, that shot just too good. Point to 6. Aaron and Laborde in post 7, the brown shirts. Grab by Laborde on the run. Urrutia adjusting nicely to fire off the right side Rinobote. Another remate by Urrutia, getting there in time. And a winning right side from Arta off the incredible effort by Aaron. That'll be a point of the 6. Now Echeverry and Urbieta, the purple of post 8 to conclude the round. That's tipped. Point of the 8. Points are now double. Benetrix and Alai are back in post number 1. Tremendous recovery by Urbieta. Benetrix, that's nasty. Outside placement, point to 1. Here's Lalou and Bilo in post 2. Catch made by Benetrix. And racing over is Lalou. Lalou stepping into that with a bote, and it's caught nicely by Alai the second. Fake to the outside, throw to the inside. Lalou got there before the second bounce. And a point to the 1. 1 will serve the 4, Ladouche and Portet. Point to 4 on the underserve. Here's Uresti and Donnell in post 5. And that's going to spin out of the cesta, point to the 4. 4 serving 3, Arrieta and Mandiola. Point to 4. 4 with possible game point. Here is the 7, Aaron and Laborde. Possible game point for Ladouche and Portet, post 4. LaDuce with a splitter, clipping the balls, and that's point to the 4. Now possible game point for LaDuce and Portet in post 4. Here's Arrutia and Arta in post number 2, 4 with 8 points and possible game point. Arrutia catches the serve and kills it off for the Tejada. That's a point to 6. Here's post 8, Echeverry and Urbieta. Great catch in the backcourt by Urbieta. Echeverry to the floor for the save. And the attempt at putting the point away goes awry, point to the 8. Now back in post 2, Lulu and Bilo. Tejada. Now two bounces. Point of the 8. And Benetrix end of time the second in post number 1. Terrific corner catch, Urbieta. Bote pronto by Benetrix, comes with the cortada. That's just a wonderful play by Benetrix. Point of the 1. 1 with 6 points, serving post 5, Uresti and Danell. Remember, it takes 9 to win the game. Point to 5 on the overserve. Now the 3, Arrieta and Mandiola. Flashy scoop pulled off by Uresti, drives a deep right side, but Mandiola steadily in position. And another great catch Fake the 2-wall, high bounce, but Mandiola chasing it down on the wood. Oh, point to 3. Now 3 serving 7, Aaron and Laborde. Point 3. And it's game point. The winner of this point will win the game. Post 3, serving to post 4, LaDuche and Portet. Outside placement and a shot by Mandiola gives it point of game. Post 3, 4 second, 1 third, 8 is fourth. An exciting 7th game won by Arrieta and Mandiola in post 3. LaDuche and Portet place in post 4. Benetrix in a tie in the 2nd. Show in post 1. Echeverry and Urbieta 4th in post number 8. Exacta 3-4, $100.80. 3-4 Quinella, $45.80. 3-4-1 trifecta, $248.80. The superfecta for $1 pays $615.70 for a 3-4-1-8 combination, and $61.57 for the 10-cent version. 3 games left this evening. That's right, 3, because our partido is game number 10. Game 8 starts our late daily double, a spectacular 7 doubles match. Don't get shut out. Place your selections on game number 8 in about 7 minutes.
Oh, I think the burning question in the couple minutes we have to talk to our friends on YouTube is, how was Romo's dinner?
He's hilarious. He's like, can I, you think you could, sit in for me a few minutes so I can go eat a sandwich? And it's like, he picks Game 7, obviously, a super effective game. It's a long game. This one was good. We had a couple of game points, so it went around a little
catches
bit.
too.
So he was super happy that he got, his 25 minutes in to get his sandwich and his chips down. But I need him strong, man. I need him to be on point down there. He's it's him, it's you, and it's Jen downstairs trying to keep the score straight and making sure everything goes good in that partito. So I need everybody to be on point.
Yeah, I'm happy I had another calzone, so I'm good for the day.
Yeah. Again, man, I walked by it just now. It's like I'm not even hungry, but I wanted to get a calzone just for the fun of it.
I'm telling you. I know you think, oh, he works there. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Well, I smelled it. It still smells like calzone.
The box is still in here. I might take the grease that came in the little piece of paper.
I can still smell it in here a little bit.
Suck on the piece of paper on my drive home tonight.
So tomorrow night.
Yeah,
tomorrow night.
Tomorrow
what do you
night.
think?
Because you'll be busy tomorrow night down there. I'm going to be out of town watching my son. By the way,
I'll be busy until Monday the 30th.
Georgetown College tonight defeats the number 2 team in NAIA, Thomas More, on the road. So let's hear it for the Tigers. I'll see them in action Saturday. So that's a big win. Yeah, it's a big win, man. Thomas More is a pain in the butt, especially in the Big South Conference where the Tigers are playing right now. I'll take your word for it, buddy. Take my word for it.
All I know is Alai and a little bit of baseball. Yep. That's all I know.
All right, so tomorrow night we've got LaDuce and Atine II, who looked really good in defeating Benetrix and Urbieta. You've got Arruti and Mandiola, the only lower seed to win in the first round. How do you forecast this game?
Again, I'm going to stick with my original guess, which I'm going to say that LaDuce and Atine are going to take it. I mean, Atine's a big, strong kid. I'm sitting there, scoring the game just now, and I'm watching him catch the left side and he's got to be seriously in the 160s or 70s every time he throws that ball. I mean, he's throwing some serious heat with the left side. And then you got LaDuce. He's everywhere. He looks very motivated. He looks good. I like them to win it tomorrow. Urrutia plays good. He played good tonight, and so did
Mandiola ended that last game.
Mandiola ended that with a nice outside
shot.
placement. And when he plays with Arrieta, they're old friends. I mean, well, obviously they're different ages, but family friends from a long time. And he motivates them. He gets Mandiola to step up. So I think he's gonna play hard tomorrow. And we'll see. I'm gonna leave it with go with LaDuce. Same as you.
So am I. But that's mainly nothing against the other guys because.
Yeah,
Rich is a water bug out there. He's everywhere.
Yeah. He showed it in the last part.
He just appears out of the stands. I don't know how he does it, but he is. He'll be a tough out.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game. Today and tomorrow are going to be both good games, and then next week are going to be another couple of good games. If in fact the teams that we think are going to make it to the finals, I'm not going to make a prediction. I'm just going to let it play out.
Speaking of playing out, should we go?
Yeah, there's 4 or 5 people there, but Denise is motivated, so let's do it.
She's the LaDuce of ticket taking. All right, good luck, everybody. Benny, of course, will be around during the partido to provide commentary. This Game 8, a spectacular 7 doubles match. We welcome in the 4 players who will be in our partido tonight. This game also starts the daily double. It's LaDuce and Danelle serving in the red of post 1 to Adieta Oyenard in the blue of post number 2. LaDuce serves, and we're underway. Costado by Adieta. That's a fine shot. Well placed. Point 2.
Aaron and the board are together again. The white shirts at post 3. And the back, Laborde. And the catch there made by Laborde. That's out of play, too high, point 2. The green team in post 4 shirts at Chaberry and Mancy. Arrieta into the wall to make that tough catch. Echeberry covering ground and throwing a remarkable winner. That's a difficult shot considering where he was. Point of the 4. Vicente and Mandiola in post 5 for the black shirts. Well played there by Mancy. Echeberry trying to bounce over the top and it spins out of the basket, point to 4. Here's Suleika and a tie in the second in the gold shirts, post 6. Point of the 4. Etherbide and Portet, brown shirts, post 7. That's a winning 2 wall by Echeberry and another point for the 4. They stay on the court, serving to the purple in post 8. Gowanaga and Bilo. And 8 on the board. Points are double for the remainder of the game. LaDuche and Donnell in post 1. Eight will score. Aaron on the board in post 3. Score a point for the 8. And 8 sits with 5 points and holds a possible game point. With Arrieta and Oyonard in post number 2, it's possible game point for the 8. Arrieta makes the stab. That's a point for the 2. Now the 5 team, Vicente and Mandiola. Point to 5 on the service error. Sulaika and a time to second, post 6. That's 2 points for post 6. Now Etherbita and Portet post 7. And 7 gets a couple. Here's Echeverry and Mancy in post number 4. Etcheberry split up. Going to 4. Now 4 has possible game point. Here's LaDuce and Danielle in post 1. Possible game point for the 4. LaDuce with a scoop. Looking for the chick-chack. And the save goes too high. Point to 1. 1 will serve the 3. Aaron and Laborde. Tough catch made by Danielle in the corner. LaDuce with a bote. Aaron right there to make the grab. He'll drive the right side deep. It'll come off the back wall. This one will be in front and it'll be dropped. Point to 3. Back with possible game point, post 8, Gowanaga and Bilo. 8 receiving, 3 serving. 8 owns the possible game point. Ooh, what a catch by Laborde. And scraping the side wall is Aaron. Pinned in the corner, Vilo's not going anywhere. And Aaron just unloads a big right side. Point in game, post number 8, 4 second, 2 is third. Taking game number 8, post 8, Gowanaga and Bilo. It is Etcheberry and Mancy second in post 4, Arrieta and Oyonard third in post number 2. The 8-4 exacta is $243. The 4-8 Quinella, $58.40. The 8-4-2 trifecta is $667.20. And we didn't have a winner of all 3 numbers in the pick 3. So you see all of those combinations up there. 7 all 8, 7 3 all 3 8. It all returns $83.20. Our last singles match of the night and our last double point match of the evening is game number 9, spectacular 9 singles. This game played to 9 points involving the superfecta. Post time for game 9 in 7 minutes. And then a few minutes later, we'll bring you the first of 2 semifinal partidos in the Dania Beach Invitational, played to 15 points with win betting only on this game.
Don't shoot. Oh, no, wait. It's just a radar gun that Benny brought up here. We've had a conversation about this periodically throughout the time we spent together, and you actually brought the gun.
Yeah, it's funny because it's in this little square briefcase that it doesn't look like a normal briefcase. It looks like a very odd briefcase, if you ask me. So I went upstairs. I got it out of my closet in my office, and then I'm walking through the locker room to bring it over here, and everybody's like staring at me like, what's in the briefcase?
Oh, you got to milk that.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell anybody. And in Spanish, it's called a maletín, and the maletín was used a lot back in the early '80s in the Scarface days. So they were kind of looking at me like, "What's in the maletín?" So
that would be
yeah.
I
got a young lad. I got a young lad.
Incredible Univision game show. What's in the maletín?
What's in the maletín? Yeah,
you can have the maletín behind door number 1 or door number 2. Which maletín would you like to take home? One would be full of grapefruit, and the other would have $10,000 in it. Anyway, moving on.
I was talking to a young lad this afternoon, and he is actually the guy that helped us research and purchase some of the equipment that we have now currently. A very techie young man. His father used to actually be a professional highlight player, but he's probably listening right now, so hello there, young lad. And he's going to help me research how we could hook this up to our software to get it to show during the game. So it might be a little late in the game for this season, but hopefully we can get it figured out and showcase it. In the meantime, I'm going to play with it a little bit up here and see if I can capture some of the throws from up here.
Okay. You think so? Is the window here, our safe glass, going to be a problem or no?
I'm not sure, and I have to kind of see a little bit with the settings, because when we did the speed challenge in I think it was 2018, I was standing behind the player, so we have it at an outgoing angle.
The launch angle, as they say in baseball?
I don't know, and so I have to get it where it's incoming and not. Wait a second, I'm saying it wrong. It's inbound instead of outbound. I have it set to outbound, so we capture it as it leaves the player's basket.
Now, when you're trying to just go for raw speed, are you better right side or left side?
I think the left side guys were more successful. Actually, funny story, we were testing the speed gun, and Ibon, which broke the record eventually, he was throwing in the 170s, and pretty consistently. So we thought this guy could break the record, and then he actually threw one in the 180s. But he told me wait, and he runs out to his car and he gets a golf ball, and then he came here and he threw a golf ball with the same cess, the same radar gun, same settings, everything, 210 miles per hour.
Damn.
So I don't know if that even counts for what would Guinness say if we sent them that record?
Well,
yeah.
I would don't tell that to Bryson DeChambeau. I would say that for one thing. But yeah, that's staggering. Anything that's not on 4 wheels can go 210 miles an hour.
Yeah, yeah. And as I say, because some people say, well, you rigged the gun, you did this. We had to send this radar gun to the people at the World Records, and they tested it. They made sure it was calibrated. They made sure it was on the right settings, so everything's good. I'll answer one question before we start here. La Máquina wants to know why nobody here at Dania Highlight wears 43 any longer, and if it's retired. And it may not be officially retired, but there are some numbers that I think twice about giving out, like 22, maybe 43, 48, which was a good friend of mine, Cancio. So there's some numbers that when people ask me for it, I tell them it's not available.
Well, I do notice you have a 30 out there. Who's Waristi's number?
Yeah, we have a number 30. We may someday retire it. Who knows?
You might want to think about that one.
We got about 10 people in line.
Really?
By the way, yeah.
Maybe
they're waiting for the radar gun to go off. 24 Arriaga. Arriaga's number is actually retired. It's we had a ceremony in 2014 at the closing of the season, and we retired his number. Right now, currently, the only 2 jersey numbers that are retired are number 37, which is Joey's,
right,
and number 24, which is Arriaga's.
Okay.
And there's definitely other ones that we're looking at retiring, and maybe we will in the future, but for right now, those are the only 2 that are officially retired.
All right. You don't have that commemorated anywhere, though.
Well, we do. We actually have it. There's a VIP entrance on the what is that? The west end of the property.
Okay.
That only the VIPs from the casino come through when they come in.
Which is why I haven't seen it.
That's why. Yeah. That's why I rarely see it too. There's a small little museum there that pays homage to not only the sport of Alai but Dania Alai specifically.
Okay. Specifically. All right. Well, what do you think? The judges are getting antsy.
Yeah, we're ready, man.
All right,
Everybody
let's do
wants
it.
this game to start and finish so we can get the partido underway.
And Benny will have his thoughts on this upcoming partido following game number 9. So here we go. Good luck, everybody. And it's singles time, game number 9. Spectacular 9 scoring with Oyonard serving in the red of post 1, the Iturbide in the blue of post number 2. This game involves the superfecta, so it takes 9 points to win. And the serve starts game number 9. Great catch there by Iturbide. Two over the mote by Iturbide. Oyonard right there, takes a quick peek, throws Tejada. Point 2. Mancy in the white shirt, post 3. That's a point for post 3. Here is Zulaika in the green at post 4. That's out of play along the jerseys, point to 3. Echeverry in the black shirt, post 5. That's out of play on the wood, point to the 3. Laborde in the gold shirt at post number 6. And Laborde keeps the point going. Manti, a lot of lift on that right side.
One more pass, and that's a winner. Point 3. Adieta receives the serve in the brown shirt, post number 7. Point to 7, and Adieta will conclude the first round serving to LaDouche in the purple shirt at post number 8. Well, Adieta just able to get there before the second bounce and is able to pass LaDouche, point to 7. Now the double point round begins with Oyenard in post number 1. This is a 9-point game. Adieta with a rebote, and Oyenard makes a great save. Adieta had it pounce over him. Point to 1. Iturbide now, post 2. And Iturbide captures that point. Now Zuleika at post 4. That's a big bounce on the rebote by Iturbide, point to 2. Echeverry, post 5. And another point for the 2. Iturbide with possible game point in post 2, serving the 6, Laborde. And that's 2 points for post number 6. Back with 4 points in post 3, Mancy. That's an overserve. Point 3. LaDuche, post 8. That's point to 8. Here is the 7, Arietta. Well, LaDuce able to coax that back into play. Arietta, professional carom, point 7. Boyenard, post 1. It's a well-placed serve by Arietta and a point to the 7. Here's Zuleika, post 4. That's Chick-Chack for Zuleika, point to 4. Etcheberry in post 5. Zuleika passing Etcheberry, that's perfectly done. Point to 4. Here's Ether B-Day. He's back with possible game point at post 2. 4 serving, 7 with possible game point. Make that 2 with possible game point. Well, that's interesting rebote by Zuleika. Took a little something off of that. Point to the 4. Here's Laborde in post 6. On the inside, and a great grab there by Laborde. And sails over Zuleika's head, point to 6. Mancy in post 3. Great catch at the shoe tops by Laborde. Big left side coming out. Mancy over the top. And Laborde gathers in another difficult catch. Point to 6. Laborde now serving to LaDouche in post 8. Right side scores the winner for LaDouche, point to the 8. Now Oyenard, post 1. A major flyer coming off the cesta of Oyenard, point to the 1. He will serve to Adieta in post number 7. Adieta aiming for the check jack, able to pass Oyenard, who's positioned himself beautifully to save it. Now Adieta, 1 wall, 2 wall, save and score. Point to 7. Adieta with possible game point in post 7. Here's Etcheberry in post 5. Etcheberry winds up trying to change the pace, and he did. Point 5. Etcheberry serving, but Iturbide returns with a possible game point. 5 serving, 2 trying to win the game right here. Big looping left side by Etcheberry. Iturbide with a rebote. Etcheberry perfectly positioned. Etcheberry kills the point, and 5 is alive. Now here's Zuleika back in post 4. 2 balls, Etcheberry. Suleika right there. Heavy right side, going to come out. Etcheberry unable to manage that. Point to 4. Suleika with possible game point at post 4. Here's Mancy in post number 3. Point to 3. Mancy has possible game point at post 3, serving to Laborde in post 6. Change of pace on that from Mancy, but didn't fool Laborde. And Laborde looking for a Chula. Just about got it. Point 6. That gives Laborde a possible game point in post number 6. Here's LaDuche in post 8. Point of the 8. Here's Oyenard, post 1. And a juggle has been called. Oyenard not able to maintain control of that cesta. So it's a point of the 8. And it's game point. Either LaDuche or Adeyetza will walk out of here with a win, 8 serving to 7. Two all. Adeyetza wins it. His 3rd victory tonight. Pointing game to the 7. For the place, 4 serving 3. Winner by Suleika. Point to the 4. 6 and 8 to play for 3rd. High bounce, point to the 8. Let's finish this off with 3 serving to 6 for 4th place. And Mancy puts it away for the 3 and to take 4th place. Dania, the winner of this 9th game in post number 7, Suleika. Second in post 4, Ladich. Third in post number 8, and Mancy takes 4th place in post number 3. The official results show an exacta of 7-4, returning 87-80. The 4-7 Quinella, 33-20. Seven 4-8 trifecta. The superfecta 7-4-8-3 will return over $1,000 for $1, $102.16 for 10 cents, and the double returns 208.40 for an 8-7 combination. Trifecta returned 351.80, and the exact number on the $1 superfecta, $1,021.60. It is Partido time. Tonight we're going to pick a finalist, or actually they'll earn a final spot in the Dania Beach Invitational, a championship to be played on January 27th, a Friday night. Right now on the concha, you have the team of Iturbide and Oyonard. They'll be joined shortly by Suleika and Mancy. 15 points. Overserves are allowed, 1. The second serve must be good. An underserve is an immediate loss of point. A player can carom serve in a partido. In other words, you can hit the sidewall first on a serve. It is not illegal. And the team that won a point, the most recent point, does have the right to call for a break or timeout. The losing team cannot do that. Otherwise, the rules are the same. We'll give the players a few minutes to warm up, give you a few minutes to make your win selections. There is win betting on this partido. Good luck.
All right. We have come to the highlight of the evening, although we've had some terrific games tonight and some unusual results as far as the way the last game played out, where we had all the different points. Then we had a most unusual playoff with so many guys with 8 that Laborde got shut out.
Yeah.
Even with 8 points, he didn't get a single thing out of it. Arietta with 3 wins tonight. I think he hit the money in every game that he played, so that's always good to see a true veteran of the game play as well as he played tonight. You were playing around with a radar gun.
I was having fun, man.
Yeah,
I gotta give it to our IT guy because the last time, I don't know if I had mentioned this when we were talking about it a couple of days back, but when we did the speed challenge, we were a little reluctant to do it because we're always saying the fastest game in the world and 100 and whatever 80 miles an hour, and we were scared. We're like, what if everybody just throws 120 or 130 and nobody reaches anywhere near the record? But so we came out the first day to do like a tester. Just a couple of guys stayed after the performance, and when they were throwing, it was weird. You could tell something was wrong. It was like it was going 90 or 100, and it was just off. And so we thought this can't be right. And I looked at the manual and looked at the settings. I tried to change it, the angle. There's a whole bunch of settings that you gotta you can mess with. So it turns out that the settings were wrong, and we were able to calibrate it, tweak it, get it to where it was supposed to be. And then everybody was throwing, harder, 140, 150, 150, 160, depending on who it was. Some guys in the challenge, I remember back, some of the guys were kind of even reluctant to be in the challenge because they weren't really hard throwers. But the way we did it was everybody, we stopped the games. I think it was on a Friday night, and we had like 3 or 4 groups throughout the night. and everybody would get 5 throws. And, you just throw 5 throws, and your highest score is your highest score. And then we went, just gathering the scores for a couple of weeks, and then we ended up with top 10, and then I think we whittled it down from top 10 to top 5, and then top 5 to top 3 or something like that, until we came to the final night where Ebon broke the record. But I was using it just now during that game, and again, I'm not 100% sure that the settings are correct. But everybody was throwing between 130 and 140, 150. I was concerned there for a second, Dave, because we had like 5 or 6 throws that were 149.9. So I thought to myself, well, maybe there's something wrong in the settings that's not letting it pass 150. And then on one of the last throws, not the last throw of the game, but one of the last throws, Arrieta threw 153 miles per hour. So assuming that those scores are accurate, the ball was moving pretty good. Again, my angle, I have it set at a 45-degree angle. I don't know if that's the right angle from where I am. There's another setting of range, and it's 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I kind of played with that a little bit.
Well, you're talking to a D geometry student, so as soon as you start to say 45 angle, I'm already in big trouble.
The point is, it's funny because I wanted to pick up the mic and just say as I was saying it to you.
Yes.
Every throw, I'd go, ooh, 130, ooh, 140.
It's like you're reading out pulse readings. We had a patient, and we were counting his pulse or her pulse.
But the battery's real low. It sat in my closet for at least 6 months since it was the last time I took it out. So. Anyways, we're working on the speed gun. Maybe at some point we'll be able to implement it into the show.
Well, let's implement the last couple of minutes. Your thoughts on this matchup. Suleika and Mansi will have the serve to start because they are the higher seed. Iturbide and Oyonard. Suleika hitting the board in that last game. Mansi hit the board. Oyonard didn't, but still, all these 4 guys looked like they played pretty well in their warm-up games. And there was a practice carom serve.
Oh, nice.
Iturbide, unfortunately for him, it went out.
If someone's going to throw it, I think Iturbide would be the guy to do it. He's that player. He's the sneaky guy that would try to slip one in. But, the thing with the carom serve is you got to throw it either early in the game or when you're up by a few points and you try to sneak an extra point in there. But, no one's down by 5 throwing a carom serve,
It's a risk.
It
is. I don't think we're going to see it at 14-14. I'll put it to that way. Anybody does that should be awarded the championship, whether they make it or not, for having the nerve to try.
Well, like every shot, there's a strategy to the carom serve, and it's to get it to hit the sidewall, sidewall, front wall, and then the very corner of the serve box, right next to the wood in the overserve line. So it's tough because if you don't throw it good, the back quarter slides over and catches it with the right side out towards the wood. Both you and your partner are probably in danger, and maybe his partner too.
All right, so the prediction here is Suleika and Mansi?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Oyonard threw a couple of 149ers, so I don't know. He seems to be pumped up too. I don't know. I'm bad at predicting, but I'm going to stick with my prediction of Suleika just because he's the number 1 seed and he played really well throughout the whole season, and oddly enough, kind of like a veteran on this squad. So.
Are we ready to turn them loose?
Yeah, we could. There, oddly enough, there was about 20 people in line a few seconds ago. Now there's only like 3 or 4 people.
Well, it's an easy bet. You're only betting on them to win. So,
yeah.
All right, well, let's bring out our players and enjoy this partido, everybody. We're excited to bring it to you. And we'll be talking at you the whole time. We are delighted to bring out our 4 pelotaris for this 15-point partido. First, let's meet the number 1 seeds. Leader in wins so far this season, Suleika in the front court. And his partner comfortably won the backcourt qualification, Mansi. In the number 4 seed, they defeated Aaron and Laborde last week to get to this point. In the front court, number 20, Iturbide. And the number 4 qualifier in points in the backcourt, Oyonard, number 96. We're ready to go. 15 points, no double points. A salute from our players, and let's go.
Got a quick reminder of the rules. Overserves are permitted, 1. An underserve is a loss of point. A carom serve or a sidewall serve where the ball hits the sidewall first is allowed. There are no double points. There is no winning by 2. If we get to 14-14, which happened twice in the quarterfinals, the next point is the final point. Otherwise, enjoy the evening. Enjoy this match. Should be a good one.
Well, the crowd thinned out a little bit. There's not a lot of people that stayed. Either that or they're all towards the back wall, and I can't see them too
well,
good.
There's a bunch back there. There usually are, and that's kind of where some of the former players congregate as well.
Yeah. While they pick the balls here, I got a question for you. Have you ever heard of Ternard Davis?
Ternard.
You're a football guy, so I don't know if
I've heard of Terrell Davis.
No. Ternard Davis.
No.
Then, okay. Well, he's here in the house tonight, so we'll give him a shout out.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ternard. Where did he play?
He is actually one of the players. He played for the Indianapolis Colts, and he has a Super Bowl ring. He's not only that; he's the only highlight player to have a Super Bowl ring.
All right, hold on. Now I got to look him up.
And the partido has begun.
Big floater there. Cortada by Suleika. And that makes it to Oyenard, who is in a good spot.
Good call there by Mancy, calling him off last second.
Well, Oyenard's throwing pretty hard.
He's got a great left side. You know, he gets a lot of power on it. He's another one that doesn't really take advantage of the high
catch there
ceiling.
by Iturbide.
I see what you mean by that, yeah.
He has enough room to lift it just a little bit more and get it to the back
good
wall.
Catch.
And Mancy hangs into the back.
Still can save it.
Little confusion there.
And the first point to Iturbide and Oyenard to take a 1-0 lead.
You know, you saw Zuleika jump up for a couple of balls, and you know that the first time didn't really create any confusion. Second time either, but that time it did, and that could be a problem because you know he doesn't have to go for every single ball. He could let Mancy play his game, and he should actually let Mancy get the ball in that position at the 10, maybe 11 line and pound the back wall so he could run in and kill the point.
That was maybe that I can remember the longest first point we've had. That was a classic Partido catch and throw positioning type of point.
Yeah, and the ball actually is moving a little bit better. Last weekend was a little bit colder, a little bit drier weather. The balls weren't moving as good. Remember, one of the balls broke early in the partido. Today it's not raining and it's not really warm or hot outside either, but it's probably not as dry as it was last weekend.
Long cortado there by Suleika. Iturbide over in time.
Got to catch that. Wow.
See, good communication. He was right in position, and Iturbide let it go.
And that'll be a point for Suleika and Mancy. We're tied at 1.
There's that great rebote coming into play there.
Yeah, that was a great rebote, thrown really hard right in the middle there, but Oyenard should have came up and called him off. He had that ball fairly easy. He shouldn't tell Iturbide to scoop that ball.
So 1-1.
Iturbide, Tejada.
Out. Hit the pad.
Didn't make it. So Suleika and Mancy take a 2-1 lead.
You know, even though that ball hit the pad, he made Zuleika and Mansi run all the way up to the front wall. That takes a little bit out of you. I mean, this is a fairly long game. It's not a Canelo where you could, chase Tejadas and you got to keep your energy and be strong towards the end as well. So even though he hit the pad on that, it might have served its purpose of making Zuleika run and get a little bit tired.
They took their time getting back to their relative positions for this fourth point of the match, that's for sure. Good serve.
He's got an awesome serve.
Saving the bote by Mansi. Iturbide takes a little something off of that. Mansi hustles in.
It's another one. Look at all the steps that Mansi had to take to get up there and then get back in position. So maybe their strategy is that, to tire him out.
Leonard with a scoop.
Well, any strategy pays off when you can catch it like that.
See, and again, that's what I'm talking about. He needs to talk to him when he's behind him like that, and back him up.
Oof!
I was going to say that could be trouble.
Iturbide, great catch, and Mansi right down around the shoes.
Boy, there's been some superb catching so far.
See, Orienard needs to lift a little bit, get a little bit of height on that ball. He's got a lot of front wall to work with. He's not even throwing halfway on the front wall. He needs to get it up a little higher, get it a little deeper.
But, oh, man, he just does that so well.
Yeah.
Too low, and another point for Zuleika and Mansi to expand their lead to 3-1.
He's aggressive. I'll give him that. He's trying to move Zuleika around, and unfortunately, 2 balls into the lower pad right now. That's what gives him the 3-1 lead.
Well, he's tried Tejada, didn't work, and then that Rebote Karam didn't work, but at least he's trying.
Yeah.
Will these things start to fall in his favor? I guess may make the difference in this match if this is how he's going to play.
Exactly, and we'll see in a few minutes how it affects Zuleika too, because he's doing a lot of running around trying to at least defend these throws.
Oops.
It's 4-1 for Zuleika and Mansi.
That happens.
It does, and there's all this talk about how timeouts. This would be a time for the team that just lost the point to probably take a breather. They've lost 4 straight points. But if I'm Zuleika and Mansi, even if I might be a little bit tired, I'm not calling timeout right now.
No, you don't give the other guy a break. You just keep moving, keep going. Let them call the break.
Well, that's an underserve. A point for Iturbide and Oyenard. They take the serve back. It's 4-2 for Zuleika and Mansi.
That was a good call. It was tough. I mean, I saw it from here just on the very edge. It actually hit the line, hit the wall, and then hit the line. That's a good call.
So I've seen a few points given away so far. Ooh, that's tricky.
And a point for Zuleika and Mansi. Their lead 5-2 as they resume the serve.
See, it looks to me he's standing on the 10 line. There's really no reason for him to be back there catching a ball with the left side. He should be letting his partner catch that in the air, and if his partner can't get it, then he should just return the rebote.
Zuleika much better serve that time. And that's good communication.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Let your back quarter catch those. Those are anything from the 10 back. Your back quarter has to be backing you up and ready.
That didn't come out. That doesn't come out.
That'll be a point for the blue team. They trail 5-3.
That was a great throw by Earnhardt. That's right where you got to put it. And, Zuleika couldn't save it, but if he would have gotten it to the front wall, Iturbide would have been at the 4 line with that return.
So far, Iturbide hasn't had any problems on serve.
It looks to me like they're keeping the newer, slower ball, which is a smart.
That's an allowed overserve. This serve must be good.
I think he jinxed him.
Well, it's technically okay.
It is. It's okay.
Technically. Now, if he messes up again, then I jinxed him.
Actually, I found out the other day a couple of the French kids came to me early on before in the first round and asked me how many overserves are they allowed, and I said
100.
14 as
Yeah,
far,
really.
15
as
or
many
14.
as you can without losing.
In France, they're only allowed 5 overserves in a partido.
Actually, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Oyenard, back wall grab.
Got to get that. He could shoot a cortada
He's
there.
dangerous from there.
I thought he might go ahead and take a shot at it.
Yeah, either cortada or 2 walls, but he's dangerous when he gets the ball up close. See, that's a good ball. That's his ball. But look, see where his partner is? That's where he needs to be.
Zuleika, cortada right by the ears. Iturbide responds with a good left side. Wow.
Yeah, that was close.
That was almost a razor cut
Iturbide
right
he put himself in a dangerous position there, so it's not really Zuleika's fault.
No, I'm not blaming Zuleika.
Yeah,
That's,
you got to give the guy the lane there when he goes to throw that.
Got to catch that. He does.
See, another line drive. He needs to get it all the way back there. He needs to lift a little bit.
Like that?
Kind of like that, yep. That's the throw right there. Make your opponent catch it at the back wall. You can catch it, but you're going to catch it as far back as I could throw it.
That's going to be trouble if it gets to the wall, which it didn't. That could be out.
That sails out of bounds. That's a point for the red team of Zuleika and Mansi. Their lead is now 6-3.
Another unforced error, which is it's unfortunate, but you know, a lot of times you throw a ball and it goes in the middle of the court, and then you try to throw the next ball right on the side wall, and then you clip it, and that's what happens. But
And Zuleika and Mansi, having won that last point, will take the first time out. We'll do this again tomorrow night, by the way. Different teams, of course. It will be Urrutia and Mandiola, who the number 7 seed, and LaDuce in a time the second, the number 3 seed. That'll be game 10 tomorrow night. Same rules, 15 points.
so the crowd thinned out again. I mean, I don't know what it is with the Thursday night partidos.
It just might be too late for him, I think, in some cases. And we've had a couple of games that went pretty long. That singles game went very, very long.
Yeah, hopefully they just
before.
want to get some rest because they're coming out tomorrow night.
Well,
as
that would be ideal. It would be a great thing for folks to do, and we certainly want to thank our folks who are in the chat room with us and staying with us, and those who may not watch this live but are going to be watching later on. We're up to 942 subscribers, and we can get to 950, say, by the weekend. And that would be wonderful. Our goal is 1,000, and then we'll build from there. But we've certainly gone up well over 100 since this season started.
Somebody that is in the house is a good friend of many from St. Pete, Tampa Bay area, which is Jeff Laka-Conway. I know you don't know who he is, but he has a website called Pelota Press, and he
I think I may have met him then. Pelota Press, I think he was up here last season.
Yes, that's very possible.
Yeah,
that
but
he
Big
was
Dave
up
was
here
here.
with Big
In fact, he and
Dave.
Dave just started going through all of their archives.
Yes,
yeah.
correct. Well, he's in the house tonight. It looked to me like he got here a little late. I just saw him zipping in a little bit before the partido, but welcome, Jeff.
And the match resumes.
Well, there's an expression in bowling, Benny, that the hardest shot to throw is the first shot after a break, TV break time, when they take the automatic TV break.
Yeah.
I wonder if the first serve is the hardest to throw after a break, and Zuleika just zipped that right in.
Yeah, I think,
That was touched to the backcourt. That's going to be a point for Iturbide and Oyenard. It's 6-4. Zuleika and Mansi in the lead.
I think that Zuleika, he has a great serve in Canellas, and he doesn't get an over serve in Canellas. But I think that just the element of having that over serve makes his serve even better, because you can fire the first one and just don't fire it low. Fire it, where
Right.
if it doesn't go over, it hits right before the 7 line, and then you pin your partner to the back wall.
Zuleika does have one underserve on his card tonight, however. Got to catch it.
That's what he needs to do. Even though Zuleika's got a good position with the right side.
Ooh.
Oyenard!
My Lord, what was that?
Good sidewall catch as well. But the throw, OB. Point for Zuleika and Mansi. It's 7-4 for Zuleika and Mansi, playing to 15.
My goodness.
That was a great catch.
Out of necessity.
Yeah. There was a great catch by Oresti earlier this evening.
Yes.
Also, very similar scoop, a little closer up in the front court, but he had to go for that ball, and he was able to snare it.
Could be, yep, thought he might catch this.
And off the serve, Iturbide scores a point. He'll serve, his team trailing 7-5.
I'm surprised he dropped that.
See, he didn't throw that one good, but you know what? Now that opens up for the drop shot next time. If he catches a serve, Zuleika will be kind of covering the outside, maybe cheating in, but still covering the outside, and he'll be able to drop it in, make Mansi run up.
You also don't often see a guy make an attempt like that with the left side.
Yeah.
It's almost exclusively a
Yeah,
right
he
side
overran
catch.
that for sure. He thought he was going to throw it better, and when he realized it, it's hard to stop that ball. It's hard to turn around, catch that, and stop it.
Well, since it was 4-1, we've done nothing but trade points.
Yeah.
Oyenard, another great catch.
It's been back and forth. This is a real floater. That's trouble.
There you go.
Nope,
that's
not
the
going to work.
strategy right there.
And another point for Iturbide and Oyenard. It's 7-6 for Zuleika and Mansi.
That's the first time, Benny, so far that the blue team has scored back-to-back points.
Yeah. Speaking of the strategy of hitting the back wall, it's really a good strategy because it helps get your partner on the offense, get them up to get a ball in a good position. But with Zuleika's right side rebote, sometimes that strategy could backfire on you because if your partner's running up and he throws it over his head, now you could be in no man's land trying to scoop or trying to make a catch that's really difficult. Which didn't happen there, obviously. It was on the sidewall.
Uh-oh.
Out of play. We're tied at 7.
3 points in a row for Iturbide and Oyenard, which really makes Zuleika missing that ball on the wood even larger because if he catches it, he's got control of the point.
Yeah.
And Mansi with an unforced error. Good solid serve there, deep, and
There's a good lift.
got to catch that too.
At the back wall, Mansi makes a terrific grab.
You can see the ball's getting a little faster now. It's moving a little quicker than at the beginning of the game.
7-7. Well, not what his best, but he got away with it.
Mansi's just so steady back there.
He was a big looper here.
It's a good one. Good right side rebote, though. Clip.
Iturbide returns fire and scores. And for the first time since 1-0, Iturbide and Oyenard take the lead. It's 8-7.
That's the Iturbide I know. He's killer. He's cutthroat. He's going to, again, no guts, no glory. He's the one that's going to take the chance. And a couple of times we saw he hit the how to hit the pad. Sometimes it doesn't work out. But when he's on and he gets a couple of points, they could get on a roll here and hopefully turn it around for them.
Well, they are definitely on a roll. That's 4 straight points, and 6 of the last 8 they have won. Suleika Ramate, Iturbide, there in time to put it away.
And look at the emotion on this kid.
9-7.
He's pumped. He's pumped. He got that. He did a little jump and a shimmy shake.
Well, I thought it was great for Suleika to try to, tip things back his way.
Yeah.
But Iturbide was just too good there.
Well, yeah, he can't feel bad about that. The only thing is, unfortunately, he got to it, but he made a really valiant effort at catching the serve. That's a serve that you could very easily miss, and when he caught it, he threw a very good costado. I thought from where I was sitting, I thought it was going to score, and all of a sudden, Iturbide came out of nowhere and just kind of pulled it in and threw a nice cortada.
Well, that's trouble.
Good backup there.
Yep, he got it away from Suleika. He's going to, oh boy. Hoyenard hanging in tough at the back wall. Another point for Iturbide and Hoyenard. Their lead is now 10-7. 6 consecutive points for the team in blue.
When this happens, now the pressure is really on the red team to kind of snap out of it, figure out what they need to do to get back in it, and turn it back around, because you can't just say, "Oh wow, I'm losing. I'm gonna just hope that it happens." You gotta make it happen.
Suleika's caught the last 2 serves.
Yes,
I'm sure he's thinking, if you told me I'm going to catch 2 serves in a row, one I'm going to throw Ramate, I'm going to win at least one of those points, and he lost both of them.
And Iturbide is not serving bad. He got that one past him, but he's serving pretty good. He's going for serves that, I don't know, just again, valiant.
And Hoyenard's made, I think, one kind of sad mistake, but everything else has been tremendous. Well, that's not a good rebote by Suleika. Iturbide comes up with another kill shot, another point for the team in blue. Their lead 11-7. And right now, I think if you could do this, Benny, you should take Iturbide right over to those slot machines, because that guy is that hot right now. You can't do it. We're not going to do it.
He's hot.
Man, everything is absolutely coming his way.
I said it before. Again, I'm not good at picking here, and I'm not saying that this is over by any means. But I've seen Iturbide play this game right here, where he takes control, and he may be the underdog because Suleika's playing well, but he's doing it. He's out there showing that that he can do it.
7 straight points. Got Suleika a little off balance. And that's a sneaky little shot. Another point for Iturbide and Hoyenard. They lead 12-7. Well, he placed that nicely. That's 8 straight points. And the number 1 seed in very serious danger here. They're going to have to outscore now. They're going to have to go on an 8-2 run to win this.
He wanted that one. It's just out of reach.
Ooh, man. Everything falling Iturbide's way there.
That's a good throw.
Yep. But Hoyenard just not missing. It's out of play. That was forced, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean
13-7. Iturbide and Hoyenard in front.
He's behind the 7 line, but again, as I said a few seconds ago, he's got to figure it out, turn it around, and get back in control of this. And that lands in, and that could be the first step to doing that.
9 straight, Benny. 9 straight.
Yeah, just unfortunate that it landed out.
Try it again. And Suleika kills the point with a remate.
That stops a run of 9 consecutive points for Iturbide and Oyenard. The score is 13-8 with Suleika and Mansi regaining the serve.
And Iturbide is walking back, just assuming that there's going to be a break. But
I think he's right.
I don't know.
No, the officials have already signaled a timeout.
Oh, okay.
And Suleika and Mansi, having won the point, have earned the right to stop play for a couple of moments. They'll take a break. Score 13-8, Iturbide and Oyenard. A reminder of the rest of the schedule. We mentioned the Partido for you tomorrow. Post time for the first game is 7 o'clock. Saturday we'll be here 1 and 7. And Sunday is a matinee at 1.
Stopping the game and taking a break, aside from the fact that they're probably tired, they probably need something to drink to, wet their whistle and hydrate a bit. But there is a strategy behind it also of, hey, you scored nine in a row. Now I'm going to score 9 in a row, and I'm going to, put an end to your streak and hopefully cool them down a little bit. But again, it could be tricky because it could work against you. But when you lose that many points in a row, you gotta figure it out and you gotta make it work. But see, now you got the red team that's already back out, but the blue team doesn't really have to come out in that much of a hurry. They could take their time. You were the one that called the timeout.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a 30-second timeout. It's
right
until I'm ready.
There's not
to
a
come
TV
back.
timeout coordinator telling you to go back,
Right.
or a referee walking by your huddle and blowing a whistle 2 times to tell you to get moving.
If they see, Romo's back there, and I've been back there for a few partidos, and if I see that they're dragging it on and they're trying to milk it a little bit, you'll urge them to tie their basket and get back out there. But even 15 extra seconds could work on someone's psyche.
All right, we resume. It's 13-8. Suleika and Mansi trailing. The number 1 seed's in trouble. That was a weird hop.
And a point for Iturbide and Oyenard sets up a series of possible game points. They lead 14-8, and they'll be serving.
That, I think, is more of a bad break. Whoops. Well, that's interesting. Siri just decided they wanted to jump in.
Hey, Siri.
Come on. I just changed it to an Irish female after having an Irish male for a while.
Now my Siri is turning on because I said, hey, Siri.
Yeah, so
here we go.
Yep.
14-8.
Ooh.
Tough one. Great catch. Maybe too much.
A gigantic left side by Oyenard. And that's it. They are the winners. Iturbide and Oyenard have advanced to the championship on January 27th.
Well, you wanted a lifted left side.
Wow.
You got it.
He saved it for the very end there.
Suleika and Mansi will go into the third place match next Thursday, the 26th. 15 points. So either LaDuce and Atime II or Arrutia and Mandiola will face Iturbide and Oyenard, the number 4 seed for the championship on the 27th. Our congratulations to all of the players for a wonderful show. And our thanks to all of you for being here tonight. Hopefully you enjoyed the action. And we'll be back tomorrow night for the other semifinal partido or another time this week here at the casino at Dania Beach. You see the win ticket paying $3.60. This concludes our performance. We're back tomorrow night at 7. Again, our thanks for your support and also those of you in the chat. Just a quick word for those in the chat. Benny and I will continue our postgame for a few more minutes, so stay with us. But for all of us at the casino at Dania Beach, for those of you in the audience, and Dania Beach Alai, of course, I'm Dave Lamont saying so long from the Sunshine State.
Well, that'll send some ripples in the locker room.
Yeah, hey, Louis, it was a good game all around. There was some unforced errors on both ends, on both sides. The blue team started off with a couple of errors and they were down for the first part of the partido, but they went on this consecutive tear that like you said, everything was going their way, everything was landing for them, and now we have a different game than what you and I kind of, and maybe a lot of people predicted, at the very beginning of the bracket. So we'll see. We'll see what happens now. We got Iturbide and Oyenard. I still think they're a good team, and I think they're going to make for a great final. I just feel a little bad for Zuleika and Mansi because, they led the whole way. They were the number 1 seed. They played great throughout the month of December. They played great in the Canella games that we saw them. And they played fair tonight. They didn't play great tonight.
It's funny. Somebody pointed out in the chat, and I was going to say this too. I think it was Rock and Ray. When we came back from the break, it's 13-8, and they get that bizarre bounce.
Yeah.
Zuleika and Mansi against them. Really wasn't anything they could do. And all of a sudden, the air goes out of that, and it was just a matter of how this match was going to end. Then Oyenard throws basically a home run ball.
Yeah.
For the final point. Maybe he'd been saving that.
Yeah.
Who knows? But man of the match to me is Oyenard. I just thought he was absolutely. He defined what you have to do.
And I might not have picked the team, but I did mention early before the match started that Oyenard was going to surprise us and step it up a bit, and he did. I mean, the only thing that I would not criticize, but I would give him some criticism for. I guess it is criticism. It's constructive, but it's still criticism.
It's constructive.
Is he needs to work his left side a little bit more of a loop instead of a line drive. Even not so, I criticized the high roof all week long, saying that I don't really care for it because it gives you an unfair advantage. But he was throwing the ball less than 2/3 of the way up. He's had a lot of front wall to work with, and he wasn't taking advantage of it. But other than that, he caught everything, threw the ball very well. He put his partner in a position to score points, and that's how you win partidos.
Yeah, I mentioned Oyenard might have been the best player, but Iturbide did a lot of wonderful things. And Zuleika tried to be aggressive. Iturbide was countering with it. He caught the ball very well. Killed some. Tried to kill some points early. It didn't work, but it didn't seem to discourage him.
No. I mean, quite the contrary. I think it pumped him up to, then he threw a couple of nice ones, and you could see like he felt confident after that. And listen, I've seen him play this game. He does this. He played a great partido a couple of seasons ago with Selegi, and they took control, and that's what he did tonight. And good for him. I think he earned it tonight.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Zuleika and Mansi could have been sharper. But nevertheless, they weren't given many chances. A 9-point run is what made the difference in this. And most of it, great highlight by Iturbide and Oyenard. You think back of the remate that Zuleika threw off the serve that Iturbide returned. Some guys dropped the ball in that position. You think of the Zuleika overrunning the kill shot and not being able to make the catch. There's a couple of maybe turning points in this partido.
Yeah.
And then we mentioned the terrible break, at least for the one team, the terrible break. But, this was a little bit of a surprise. But the nice thing, Benny, about this roster is that there's never anything that is a huge surprise because there isn't that much separation.
Right. And again, we have a match tomorrow that is probably going to be – it could be the same. I mean, everybody's thinking Leduc, he's been playing good, he's motivated, and he's playing, he's playing his game. But the other team's no slouch either, so they could very easily come out and surprise everybody like the blue team did today.
Well, this is an interesting – the front court battle, you look at Urrutia, we talked about he's almost a ghost. He just appears.
Right.
Where was he? I don't know, but he's got the ball.
But he's there now.
Leduc has been trying to knock the front wall down for 2 months. He's not going to make it, but you can't tell him he's not going to make it.
Right.
And he can get from A to Z very quickly, too.
Yes.
Atine has been absolutely fabulous lately.
Yes, he's been playing great.
Boy, is he in good
throws
form.
hard.
No,
bring the radar gun out tomorrow
down.
for him. That's
but
for sure.
Mandiola is the battler.
Yes.
He is the guy. He's the rock'em sock'em robot of the group, and he's not giving in, and he's going to take some chances back there. At least I think he will.
Yes.
Because like Mansi, give him a right side from about the 9 line to the 11, and he may uncork one to try to kill the point.
Yep. So let's wrap it up here, and you will be gone the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, my apologies. Off for some more family obligations.
But no, hey, we knew this from day one or even before day one.
This is the business we have chosen, as they said in The Godfather.
But so tomorrow night we have the second partido. I won't be in the booth, but I will be running around in the building. Saturday we have a double matinee and evening, and and then Sunday I will be back with Big Dave up here in the booth, and we'll have a casual, relaxing Sunday.
Oh, yeah. That's the only kind Dave has.
And then on Wednesday when you get back, we're going to be raring to go for the final week 8 of the season or of the tournament, with a great match. We don't know who the opponents for Zuleika and Mansi will be on Thursday, but there's still an opportunity for them to make some money. And you and I talked about this last night. And the third place team splits $2,000, but the fourth place team gets a how do you do? And so there is it's probably out of all the matches the one match where it's most important, because otherwise it's the difference between making some prize money and not making some prize money.
That's truly a winner take all match.
That is. And then we'll have Friday, which it'll be Iturbide and Oyenard against the winner of tomorrow. Looking forward to the partido tomorrow and for next week. So have a great weekend with your family.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that.
Enjoy it. And that's all I got. What else you got? That's it.
I'm going to say goodbye, and I'll see everybody next week. Hope you stay tuned in for what's going to happen tomorrow and all weekend long. And if you're in the area, come on out, man. We'd love to have you here at the Casino Dania Beach and Dania Beach Highlight. So for Benny Bueno, Dave Lamont, we thank you again, and have a great rest of your night and almost good morning.
Good night, everybody.